one constraint is money, because of course, donors are still operating on the passion, love, fresh air model of compensation in our sector. And yet the expectations of everything, even an individual donor today expects the receipt, the thank you letter, the ATG to be in his or her inbox within seconds of having made a transaction, because that's what we're getting used to in the world of e-commerce, and that's then driving the kind of service expectations on our side. There are also new talent pools. So if I talk about Ashoka University, you guys this is your core business. There's a bunch of young people coming into the sector with a set of expectations and then being terribly disappointed. A year, 2 years in, because we're seeing, in fact, it's sort of intensified during COVID, but we're actually seeing a reverse exodus. Young people joining and then in 2 years saying, this is not for me, I can't deal with this, the conditions under which I'm expected to work. So really that's the genesis of this. Can we produce some data that will allow both nonprofits and the people who fund them to make better decisions, at least more informed decisions about hiring, about staffing, and about funding and budgeting for those. Take the guesswork out of it and make it more evidence-led. And also give people the arguments they need then to persuade their boards and their donors that this is what the norm is. And finally, of course, as Swati mentioned in the beginning, really, this will give us a snapshot of where the sector is now. What we need to do is use this as a springboard to have the conversations around where should the sector be? What ought we to be paying people? How should we be compensating them? What are the other talent management practices?
No, thanks, Ingrid. Thanks, Swati. Huge welcome to all our friends, colleagues, supporters, all those people who gave their blood, sweat, tears, anger, joy, whatever emotions. It's been a labor of love, and there's a lot of work that's gone into it. It's far from perfect. I think it's the first of its kind work that we're doing, but fairly seminal, like Ingrid, I think, described for the sector. Just to give you the context from where someone like me is coming, and that's the context of ISDM, we are passionate about this idea of bringing in management that's relevant and appropriate for the social sector. Otherwise, there is a tendency for the more dominant management, i.e. the business management or the public administration system, to impose, quote unquote, ideas from there onto the social sector. And we've always wanted to figure out what is relevant in the context of the social sector. Because if you take the three pillars of society, the state, markets, and civil society, there's an MBA ecosystem for the markets. There's a public administration ecosystem for the state. There isn't an ecosystem for the social sector. So questions like people management, talent management, even terms like human resources, a lot of us have discomfort with even words like that. But that's what we have, and that's what we're accustomed to. So the genesis in many ways is this question of what is management that's relevant for the social sector? Because we know that if you can figure that out, you can take decisions, you can do things at scale, you can have impact at scale. And today we are all sitting, hopefully at the fag end of COVID. I don't think there's been a need for management in social sector like it ever has. I mean, COVID made it so clear that if you have to deal with something like that, and for that matter, anything else, whether it's public education, public health, skills, livelihoods, women, disability, what have you, we need to figure out how do we do things at scale, and decision-making at scale, frameworks at scale. That's what the world of business today does. I mean, the world of business has trillion-dollar valuations, 200 countries, or multilateral agencies that run huge budgets of countries. So talent management is very, very close to us. Like Ingrid said, if you're trying to figure out management in the social sector, crack the problem of funding first, crack the problem of talent second, and then there are a lot more problems, but these are definitely top of the pile. And talent management, in fact, in the early days when at ISDM we were explaining the idea of management for the social sector, talent used to be the easiest one to say that the reason somebody joins the social sector is very different from why they would join the government or why they would join a business. The motivations are different. The reasons to stay are different. Very obviously, there is money. Now, money is equally important. People just assume that here it's like Ingrid said, love and fresh air. No, there is a need for money too, right? And that's an important consideration. A lot of youngsters who come to study at ISDM have this question mark of, do I go and work and do an MBA from an IIM and earn, I don't know, 2 lakh rupees starting salary, or do I come and work in the social sector where I start with 40, 50,000 if you're on the high side per month? And those are very fair questions to ask. And like Ingrid said, there isn't if you look at the corporate world, there are enough benchmarking studies. You can do Glassdoor, you can do Conferries, you can do so many other reports that are there to tell you exactly what this is. And that helps with the decision making, both for the person hiring, the person funding, and the person joining. And that's really where we got together. Like Ingrid said, it was a conversation that came out of several discussions with funders. I think A.T. Chandra and all, were asking us, how do we sort of grapple and address this question? And that's when we came up with this whole idea. It initially started with just a salary benchmark. Can we just produce a salary benchmarking for the sector? So people, and every year, hopefully we can show a scorecard saying, hey guys, this is what you're paying. This is the expectation. This is where the market is. And then hopefully we'll take better decisions. And I honestly think, well, this may seem like just a report. This can cascade into a whole movement of attracting great talent to the social sector. It's a huge opportunity that this report can become a sort of a point of inflection for. And it's just not salary, right? We need to understand the whole proposition for the person who's joining, and you will find as you read the report, there are so many aspects, whether it's culture, whether it's leadership, whether it's purpose, whether it's integrity, whether it's benefits, there's compensation, there's structure, there's so much to it. And unless we really get to the heart of it and understand what is it that's going to get good talent, what is it that's going to retain good talent, what is it that's going to inspire talent, and thereby, we'll get great people. I mean, even today, if you go to the top schools in the country, if you take the top talent, I don't know, a majority of them still go off for a consulting job or a tech job, or I don't know, whatever else they go for. And I tell youngsters that the more exciting problems to work on are in the social sector. I mean, honestly, if a youngster wanted to choose a job for the content of the job, social sector will take on any of these other jobs hands down. One of the reasons it doesn't is partly to do with, compensation and benefits and recognizing all that. Now, there is a school of thought in the social sector says that don't corrupt the social sector with money and, all that sort of stuff. Now, we can debate that till the cows come home, but we will not get talent coming into the social sector. And I think that's an important problem to solve. I don't think any one of us here will ever say, start paying your, crass, sort of, pardon the language, but investment banking salaries or whatever it is that one talks about. But pay for talent, at least to the level that they can have good, respectable, dignified lives for themselves and their families, and keep them motivated to be able to join. So I am hugely, hugely excited about this project. I can't tell you, it's taken a lot of blood, sweat, tears, like Ingrid said. It's not been easy to get to where we have, but I honestly think this can be a huge seminal point in how the sector starts looking at talent and how the talent starts looking at the sector. And if that marriage happens, funding will also get sorted. So this is a hugely, hugely important one for all of us, certainly at ISDM, for all of us working together at CSIP, for our funders, whether it's from the Nilekani Foundation, from the A.T. Chandra, from the Gates Foundation, Citibank, and indeed, the execution partners from Conferry and GuideStar and Satwa. Hugely, all of us are hugely passionate about this. And I hope this is not the end of it, but this is the beginning of a whole new series of work that we'll do in this space. But yeah, I want to also thank Ingrid from CSIP and Ashoka for really helping us be able to do this sort of work along with you. It's been fantastic.
I think there's one other thing that may be worth mentioning. I was actually visiting IIM Calcutta last month, and one of the issues that came up in the conversation there was the lack of ability to attract talent from IIM Calcutta, even for internships in the social sector. Forget about final placements. I see at least one other alumnus of the sector here. And part of the reason that has changed is because the dynamics of funding education have changed. Kids graduating out of the IIMs today are graduating with debt that they need to repay. This is not, the sums of money that Rajesh paid for his MBA wouldn't cover the cost of 1 month, I think, at an IIM these days. And so their whole, their what is the word I'm looking for? Their algorithm, what they're solving for has changed. If you're leaving campus with this much debt, then you have no choice but to apply to the investment banks, because otherwise it will take you the rest of your life to pay back that debt. So I think in the sector, we're perhaps so inward focused and so driven by the financial constraints, rather than saying this is the market reality, this is therefore what we need to design for, and then find the funding that will make that happen. I think is we need to recognize how insular our thinking is and how much we've let ourselves be painted into a corner on this issue. And as I said, the goal is not to import large scale mercenary driven talent into the sector. The sector will always be differentiated by a spirit of voluntarism and purpose, and people who prioritize those over money. But recognizing that for a 20-something person graduating college today, the math has changed, and that we need to respond to that, including, as the study will show you, and what Ravi just alluded to, highlighting what the non-financial benefits of the sector are. And we now have a good indicator of what are those things that actually draw people to the sector, keep people in the sector, and what the best organizations are being able to offer over and above. Because the best organizations are not the highest paying ones. There's a complete mismatch between who's being able to attract and retain talent and who's paying the most. So there's a lot of food for thought there in terms of how are we positioning ourselves in the employment market to draw the kind of talent that we need. What's a reasonable discount? What is 15% a reasonable discount? 25% a reasonable? In the impact investing space, we know how that works, right? You say the market, the pure for-profit investment will give you X, but if you're looking for blended return, then you will settle for X minus what? On the compensation side, we haven't had that conversation. So as we said, we really hope just the beginning of this series of conversations that need to happen within your organizations, perhaps as a beginning, with your donors and your grantees as the next set, and then as a sector, as Swati pointed out or Divya pointed out, if we can think of bringing together a group of people that cares about this issue and who's willing to commit some time and resource to steering this conversation over the next several months and years, then we have a shot at actually solving some of these problems.
One of the things, if I may add, Swati, we're also looking at management from many other aspects. So I'll give you examples that the sector doesn't have. So data scientists. I honestly think the sector can do huge good work if they had data scientists. Today, you have the Googles and the Amazons making trillion-dollar organizations out of being database companies. That's what they really are. We need to figure out how to use data for better education, better disaster response, better, public health, and what have you. I honestly think as we start getting deeper and deeper into this whole talent, the benefits, the compensations, etc., we'll start realizing what is it going to take to attract some of these people. I honestly think we need to move, and pardon this language, some of my social sector friends get upset. We need to move from Jhola Walas to laptop walas. I think it's time to get there and figure out what is it going to take to get such people involved who are passionate about it, not just like, mercenaries or out to make a quick buck and, whatever, and live in Portugal or wherever they go to, but to actually genuinely come and do work and bring their expertises to sort of, do this sort of work. And it'll change the face of the social sector if you're able to really engage with this sort of study and build on this going. Sorry, Swati, I think we took much longer than you probably gave us.
Yes. Just one last question is going to come up, I'm sure, in discussions also, given that this was a novel study of the sector. I was wondering what is so specific about talent needs in the sector, and what were the challenges that were faced that I think the sector should be prepared for as they try and have this conversations forward?
So I think there's two kinds of challenges. One are resource constraints. We talked about it. I'd love to be able, we're stuck in the same kind of trap that a lower middle income country is stuck in, which is, what investments you need to do to break out of that trap, but you don't have the resources. And so it's a vicious cycle of, I don't have the resources, so I can't get the talent, so I can't solve the problem, so I'm stuck in this thing. But the second one, I think, is ideological. And there's a lot of people in the sector and funders, even more than people in the NGO side of it, who see the lack of money or the differentiation of money almost as a test of values. Yeah, this is your virtue signaling in a sense. I mean, I cannot tell you the number of founders where I had said to them, you're not taking a salary is a problem because you are now unchallengeable. Nobody in your team can ever say to you, I'm sorry, you're dead wrong on this, because you've built this halo around yourself. I don't even pay myself. So there's some cultural and ideological barriers that need to be addressed as well. There's also, as you know from the fieldwork part of this, this idea of being a good citizen of the sector, that I have interests in as an operating NGO or as an ecosystem service provider. I have responsibilities to the sector and not just to my organization. And that I need to collaborate on exercises like this, on parting with my data, on being part of these conversations as part of being a good citizen of civil society. I don't think there are too few people. You probably meet all of them in IHC on any given day, the people who are looking at this bigger picture. And from so those, I think, are some of the constraints that we need to think about.
Yeah, Ingrid said that beautifully. I would add that I don't think this report from tomorrow onwards salaries are going to change in the sector, right? I mean, it's a whole ecosystem that we need to get working with. We need to work with the philanthropists. We need to work with, obviously, the implementing organizations, etc. But we also need to get, I can see Sanish sitting there, social finance people involved in this whole game, right? What is it worth to have a happier child? What is it worth to have gender equality? So there is a whole ecosystem that then comes into play, right? What is the social return on investment? And thereby, what is the money that one can invest? And how much of that money goes into talent? So there's a whole ecosystem question that starts getting triggered, hopefully, with what we've produced now. But it'll take us some years. I don't think this is going to change overnight, but it'll certainly move fast in the initial phases, but it's much slower in the later phases. And, you may have noticed that we use blood, sweat, and tears a few times. And a lot of it is to do with the fact that the mindset doesn't exist. Just to get compensation data, pardon me for saying this, from a social purpose organization was impossible because people didn't have the right data, or there were certain sections of the whole philanthropic ecosystem that were not willing to give data. And these are mindset challenges. I think it'll change over time, but this is the first time somebody's even come and asked, can you tell us? This is with utmost confidentiality. No, the best of organizations, contrary, dealing with us. It's so commonplace in the corporate sector, where it's far more competitive, far more, critical to keep your data, sort of secret and all that. But we have a bigger challenge over here. So these are challenges that we will have to overcome, and I'm sure we will eventually. And there's one favorite line of mine, which is somewhere in the world, thanks to the business world, there's a view that competition breeds excellence, and thereby everything is very competitive. I'm better. And I keep telling the world, collaboration breeds far more sustained excellence than competition can ever imagine. And we need to get to that collaborative mindsets in the social sector too, to start getting there.
Just two other minor points. One is doing this through COVID was added a whole other level of difficulty. At the time that we started to talk to people about wanting their data, they were in the throes of dealing with staff losses and grief, pivoting their programs to respond to COVID, finding alternate funding for the donors who deserted them during COVID. And the last thing on their minds then was, I want to sit through 3 questionnaires of 45 minutes length each at this time. So doing stuff virtually that we had planned to do in person, all of that meant additional degrees of difficulty for our teams, our partners' teams, and for all the respondents really to this study. So it's been a monumental effort. I see Gayatri because she's been part of this journey from the beginning. It's been a monumental effort. And I'm at some level, I think we're just relieved that we've been at this stage of the journey. But I think the next stage, as Ravi said, is probably the more exciting part.
Ingrid, Ravi, thank you very much. As you mentioned, blood, sweat, and tears many, many times, I think happened at all levels. But I'm now going to invite the researchers who experienced this most. So if the team can join us, Neha Nimble from CSIP, Preeti Dargad from ISDM, Satinder Rana from ISDM, and Ria Jan from Conferry. Please come.
Hello, everyone. I'm Neha from Center for Social Impact and Philanthropy, and I'm extremely pleased to be standing here with the findings of the study. Now that Ingrid and Ravi have already talked to you about the larger goals that this study aimed to achieve and, the rationale behind it, the big picture stuff of it, I, along with my colleagues from Conferry and ISTM, will take you through the technical bit of it, like the technical process, how we broke down that particular huge goal into actionable objectives, and what research methods we used, what research process we undertook, and what we achieved when we kind of did it all together. So taking you through this process, I think I want to move on to the specific objectives. And so first of all, we wanted to know what exists in terms of the compensation practices. And when I'm saying compensation, I mean benefits as well. And what exists in terms of talent management practices and related drivers of motivation on the supply and the demand side. Now we found out what exists. The next step was to, look at how it fares against the general industry, for-profit sector, and also intra-sectorally, how different types of organizations and their compensation practices, benefits practices, the perception of their personnel is faring against each other, which organizations are doing better, which organizations are maybe need more support in that sense. So benchmarking was this next objective. While we collected all this data, while we collected all this content together, we wanted to create a repository of knowledge around it. And of course, the reports, like a number of outputs, which I'll be talking about very soon, They are the repository of knowledge, but we are also creating a microsite where we'll be hosting all of this data, and you'll be able to, use all the slicers to look at which organization from which region working in which theme is getting how much. So all of that is definitely in process, and in November we'll be launching that microsite as well, and you'll be hearing from us about that too. Now, it might look like that we are trying to highlight and document the challenges that the sector is facing, but at the same time, we are also, we also found, certain practices which are operational or exercised in a certain organization addressing a certain challenge. We documented all of these and we built caselets. And, the objective behind this is to do some sort of a peer learning, definitely, and also knowledge creation in itself. So these were our objectives. That's what we have done. Now, getting deeper into, these were the objectives. What did we do to actually arrive at our goal? So far, by now, all of you have heard a couple of terms already through our emails here from the session we just had. And those are compensation, which includes benefits, and also talent management and drivers of motivation. I think you've been hearing about it for long now. Now, what we did that, you can see that was a hugely comprehensive study which tried to address everything about talent management practices in the sector. But what we did was we broke it down into 2 different modules because we had to involve a number of partners. We had to use a number of resources with different expertise and specializations. So we broke down the whole process into 2 modules. Module 1 is on compensation benchmarking. It included, an exploration of compensation, benefits, and also personnel's perception of these in the social sector. The execution partner for this particular module is Contrary. Now, the qualitative, this was primarily quantitative, the numbers part of it. We also had a qualitative module, which is drivers of talent. Now, the thing is to understand the drivers of talent on the supply side and on the demand side, we need to first find out what exists in terms of what organizations are doing. What is the life cycle of the talent? What is the process, structures, systems, policies in place in each organization so that we can, try and understand what brings people there, what retains them there, and what makes them leave there. So this particular module tried to understand that, and the execution partner for this particular module was Sattva. And so moving on, it's a huge study. It's a big methodology. Lots of organizations participated, lots of methods were used, lots of tools were drafted and used. So initially we reached out to 9,000 organizations and more than that. We wanted all of them to participate in this study, give us data on compensation and benefits and talent management practices. But because of the reasons mentioned by Ingrid and Ravi, there was a lot of resistance. There were a lot of limitations on part of the organizations to come forward and share that data. The novelty, one thing caught my attention, this talk of compensation in the sector is extremely new. The data we sought, the form in which we sought that data, maybe the organizations didn't have it, maybe the organizations didn't want to part with it. So this novelty part really struck me. So after persistent efforts on our side to onboard organizations in the study, we had a sample of 100 organizations in our study. And these organizations, we tried to do a representation of all kinds of organizations. And when I'm saying all kinds of organizations, we found that it's important to bring in the perspective of funding organizations. It's important to bring in the perspective of ecosystem support organizations. And of course, the voice NGOs and social enterprises was extremely important. So we got organizations from these 3 categories, and to ensure that the big and small organizations working in rural sector, in the urban spaces, organizations with clearly articulated HR practices, as well as not so clearly articulated practices, or maybe absence of those in certain organizations. We wanted to capture all these kind of organizations and understand from them what exists. So you can see that we had these 3 categories and then further divided into 7 archetypes with whom we collected data. Now, there is so much more I can talk about the specific tools, methods for different components, but I'll let you just take a look at this particular slide to understand how many organizations, how many participants talked about which part of the study. Now that we talk to hundreds of people from 100 organizations, we had a huge list of outputs from this study. So from what they were like module specific sector level reports. There were also individual reports that we created on compensation benchmarking for 75 organizations, which talk about the internal equity and external competitiveness of their organization. Then we also created individual reports for organizations on the motivation level of their employees. Besides that, we have also developed 18 caselets talking about their particular story, which the world can learn from, which also maybe talk about the challenges and how the sector is together in those. And besides those, as is the part of any other research project, we also had literature review, which kind of like was the starting point of it all, which absolutely clearly thoroughly proved that there is no such study in the world. So that's all we found out. Now I was going to talk mostly about the research process part of it, but before we get into the next I move on to the next speaker, there is this one part of the findings that I wanted to talk about, and that's how what is meant by talent. When we talk to the organizations and the sector leaders, what did they think of who talent can be considered, who can be considered as a talent? So you can see when we talk to people about who can be considered a talent, they talked about 4 things. They talked about people in terms of the competencies they bring to the sector, to their organizations. They talked about whether certain people are working with their own organization or people who are working for their projects but are from some other organizations perhaps. So the boundaries part of it, whether they are like on this side of the talent boundary or the other side of it. Then the third thing that they talked about, which is very important and also one of the objectives of our study, is what role they are playing in terms of function and also the hierarchy of the organization. So we have been able to build a typology in those 2 terms, and Priya from Conferry will be talking more about it. And lastly, what behavior is expected of people who can be called talent for the organization. So these 4 important indicators were marked by SPOs and their leaders when we talk to them. Within competencies, there are observable ones and there are also unobservable ones. Clearly observable traits are leadership and management skills, role-specific competencies. If I'm expected to do research, I should be an expert in research. I should have some sort of training and qualification in research. Very important part of social sector talent is unobservable talent, competencies. And those are personal attributes. Social sensitivity is extremely important for a person to be in the sector, to thrive in the sector. Then cognitive skills, self-enhancement, and all of these. I think I'll move on. You can see clearly, like when we talk about external and internal stakeholders, it was one of the very important findings here was that organizations, the beneficiary organizations with whom people are working, they are also considered internal talent. And it was very exciting and heartening to know, honestly, at a very personal level. So that's how they try to, categorize their external and internal stakeholders. Then type of job roles Ria will be talking about. So now that we know what you could see, like I said, 4 indicators of talent who can be considered a talent. But within that, there are like numbers of competencies and behaviors that are expected from talent. So what is talent expecting? What is talent getting? What do they feel about what they're getting? For all of that, I invite Riya to come and talk about compensation and benefits module.
Thank you, Neha. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ria from Conferi, and I will like to take you through the findings that we've observed as a part of compensation and benefits benchmarking and personal perception in the Indian social sector space. So before starting with the findings, I would just like to set a little bit of context that how did we go about doing this study? So just like Neha mentioned that we had, there were 9,000 organizations that, we were thinking of getting onboarded on the study. But due to some of the factors, 203 organizations shown interest and wanted to be a part of the study, out of which, because of COVID, only 75 organizations were able to participate and submit their compensation. And post this, with each of these 75 clients, we actually went into a detailed discussion with them to understand their roles that are prevalent in this organization, to understand the to understand their level hierarchy in the organizations. And we mapped each of these organizations, their roles and their levels to our framework, which we've been using across the globe, across 70 countries. And we contextualized this framework to suit the context of this study, out of which, when we had a detailed discussion with 75 organizations, there were 17 distinct functions that were reported and 52 sub-functions. So we collected the data around these, the compensation data, aggregated them, and reported at two broad anchors, which was for fixed cost to company and total cost to company. So throughout today's presentation, I'm going to be presenting the results around total cost to company, which is your basic salary, your fixed allowances, like HRA, leave travel allowance, medical allowance, your retirals, which is provident fund, gratuity, NPS, superannuation, and monetized benefits, like, premium paid by organization towards health insurance, life insurance, accident insurance. And we compared these, we compared the compensation and benefits practices within the archetypes, like within, we compared within the archetypes to their particular category. We compared the compensation within the particular category with Indian social sector, with social purpose organizations, to see how competitive they are. And we also compared that how competitive compensation is with respect to general industry. And in general industry, we had data from 786 organizations spanning across various industries like industrial, manufacturing, chemical, oil and gas, high-tech, life sciences, you name it, and every industry, there will be an equal representation of those industries. And just like Neha, mentioned, we had we had two consolidated reports around compensation, which will give you a deep dive and which will be available in the microsite in the month of November, which will give you a deep dive that, how compensation practices are within various organizations of different funding size, different headcount, organizations into different thematic areas, into different scope of role. So I'll quickly move. Sorry, one more thing that I wanted to talk about is we are going to be using a very important terminology of positioning, which is just a Compa ratio. That how competitive is the compensation being paid to personals in the area in social sector space or any category that we are talking about. So if the Compa ratio is more than 100%, we say that compensation being paid is quite competitive as compared to the peer group that we are selecting. And if the Compa ratio is less than 100%, it means that the compensation being paid in social purpose organizations or the benchmark that we are going to be talking about is less competitive. So quickly moving on to just quickly a little bit on job mapping approach. We actually sized the organizations to be able to do an apple-to-apple comparison. So sizing of the organization was done on major three broad factors, like what has been their consistent annual funding size over past 3 years, what has been their headcount, and what is the diversity and accountability and ownership of the organization. Basis that, we compared each and every role of an organization to their similar role. so that there is an apple to apple comparison and the results are comparable. Now, moving on to the findings. The first finding is around the pay mix in the Indian social sector space. So by pay mix, we mean that what is the ratio of proportion of your basic salary, fixed allowances, benefits, or short-term variable payments as a part of the total cost to company. What we see is that when we compare it to the general industry, the pay mix in social sector, we see that there is not much prevalence of variable pay. And the prevalence of variable pay was only observed in the funding organizations. Whereas in general industry, variable pay is prevalent and also increases when someone moves from a junior staff to middle management to senior management to the leadership. So this was one interesting observation, that we don't see a prevalence of variable pay, and it was only prevalent in the funding organizations. Now, moving on to how competitive is compensation actually with respect within the categories and also with respect to the general industry. So compensation being paid to personnel in a social purpose organization is less competitive as compared to the general industry. It's around 50% less competitive when we compare the median of salaries being paid to personnel in social sector as compared to the general industry. But even when we compare that how compensation varies across different categories, we observe that personnel in funding organization are being paid the highest, whereas personnel in NGOs and social enterprise are being paid the lowest. And even within NGOs and social enterprise, the one in NGO complex and professionally managed are being paid the highest as compared to, whereas the NGO simple and ad hoc were being paid the lowest. We didn't have much data to actually deep dive into ecosystem and funding because there weren't enough organizations, but it was just that, the representation from ecosystem simple and ecosystem complex, it was a, similar trend that we observed. We also did a kind of a range analysis that how varied is compensation being paid to personnel at a similar level, right? So we saw that at some of the levels, which are like 13, 14, which is in terms of Conferry. So we don't map the personals as per their titles. We actually understand that what is the kind of the accountability that is required, what is the problem solving that will go into doing that role, what is the knowledge skill, education experience that is actually required to be able to do that role. So when we compared it at an equal level, there was a lot of disparity. The range spread from a min to maximum of what is being paid to personnel, it's more than 250% at some of the levels, which is quite high. And that is why this could also be one of the factors that, personals are doing different kind of roles. But even when we go into the functional analysis, the functions that have been reported, there were 17 functions. We saw that program and content development and fundraising were one of the highest paid functions, whereas education and project management were paid the lowest. So in terms of, if program and content development here shows 178%, it means when we compare the salaries being paid to personnel in the program and content development is 78% more than it is being paid to general personnel in social sector. Whereas education is the lowest. So it is around 26% lower than the overall social sector. We see a similar trend in NGOs and social enterprise, but in funding in ecosystem organizations, general management is actually the highest paying function, whereas finance is the lowest, which is quite opposite the trend of what we see in the overall social sector space. But there were only 4 families that were being actually reported in the funding in the ecosystem organizations. Now we further deep dive into various demographics like region. So the compensation being paid to personnel in Western region was actually the lowest, while compensation being paid to personnel in Eastern region was highest. Now, this is not coming from the organization, but each personnel in a particular organization can be tagged to different regions. So it is into consideration of, each personal located in that person. It could also be a matter of fact of how demand and supply happens in that region. In terms of scope of role, that whether personnel are into rural scope of role or urban or are into both. So we observed that personnel being, who are in both urban and rural are being paid the highest, whereas personnel who are just catering to rural are being paid the lowest because of the context of the role that they are in. Now, with respect to the funding size, organizations which have, different funding size, the annual funding size, the organizations with funding size of, between 2,000 lakhs to 3,500 lakhs are paying highest to their, are paying highest compensation to their personnel as compared to the overall social sector, and which is 26% more than the average compensation in the social sector space. Whereas organizations with funding size between 75 lakh to 150 lakhs are observed to be paying the lowest compensation. In terms of headcount size, organizations with headcount size of between 150 to 250 were observed to be paying the highest compensation, which was, similar, 24% more than the average social sector, whereas organizations with headcount size of more than 500 were paying the lowest. And this is also because there were, lesser organizations in this category. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yes, yeah. I think it was around 5-6, but I'll just have to get back. I'm so sorry, I don't know the number is not, but it's all there in the detailed reports that are going to be available on microsite. But we actually take the medians and not the average, so it will not necessarily skew. Sure. Okay. Then the last demographic that we deep dive into was thematic areas, that organizations are into which thematic areas. And the highest compensation that was, the organizations into thematic area of welfare, rights, and empowerment of people with disabilities were paying the highest compensation, whereas organizations with governance and accountability thematic area, those who were into this thematic area were paying actually the lowest compensation. So here actually the organizations had an option to select 3 thematic areas. Okay. Now quickly moving on to the next piece, which is benefits benchmarking. We actually, similar to compensation benchmarking, we wanted to understand what are the kind of benefit practices prevalent in this space. So we reached out to similar to, the same 203 organizations, and out of which only 59 actually submitted and participated their data. The data was collected through an online survey platform, and the practices were captured around 9 benefits. Quickly moving on to the insights, the most important and the prevalent benefits that we observed to be prevalent in the space were leave policy, remote working because of the context of COVID, then learning and development, health insurance, mobile allowance, personal accident insurance, and transport. At majority of these, benefit, the practices in social purpose organizations were at par with the general industry. But however, in health insurance, we observe that the median coverage that was being provided to personnel was around 3 lakhs in social sector, whereas in general industry, it is in the range of 3 to 6 lakhs across category levels. So what happens in general industry, we will see that junior staff will have a median coverage of 3 lakhs for their entire employee, spouse, and children, whereas middle management can have 4 lakhs, senior management can have 5, and the leadership will have 6 lakhs. But we did not see that categorization by category, employee category in social sector. One practices in which the practices were better in social purpose organizations than general industry was in leave policy. And that was majorly around paternity, wherein, there were 15 leaves that were provided in this, in these organizations, whereas in general industry, there are just 5, and bereavement leave. So in social space, there are 5, whereas in the general industry, we observe it to be 3. And that too, not every organization usually have. Okay. Now moving on to the last piece of this module was around personal perception. So we actually wanted to check that, how do personal perceive the compensation, benefits, and policies and practices in their own organization, and what do they feel about it, or how strongly they are, or how affiliated with the organization they are. And we captured this through an online questionnaire that had 37 questions categorized into 6 major broad dimensions. There were 92 personnel that have spanning across 12 different organizations that have participated in this study. Now, all these questions were answered on a 5 Likert scale. There was strongly agree, there was strongly agree and agree. So when we reported the results, agree and strongly agree were categorized into favorable, whereas strongly disagree and disagree were categorized into unfavorable. Anyone who chooses an option of neutral, we just categorize into a neutral. And it's easy to, if we see that, what are the factors which are working well and what are the factors that need improvement. So it's easy to shift the people in neutral category to either side. So anything that you see in the green color is working well, and anything in the shades of amber or red, it reflects that it needs a scope of improvement. There is a scope of improvement. We also asked the personnel that how long do they intend to stay within their organization, and gave them an option of whether they would like to stick around for just 1 year, 1 to 2, 2 to 3 to 5 years, or more than 5 years. And we also captured that anyone who intends to stay for more than 5 years, it means that they are intending to stay for longer. Now, some of the interesting insights that were there were that there were all these 37 questions were categorized into 6 broad dimensions, which is sense of purpose, association with the organization, performance management or relationship with their manager or leader, trust and collaboration, work structure and process, and compensation. The highest score was around sense of purpose. So just like Ingrid was mentioning, like across NGOs and funding organizations, 90% or 86% of the personnel are strongly related to that. They're strongly, they have a strong sense of purpose. And ecosystem organization, personal and ecosystem organizations had reflected a slightly lower sense of purpose with the, their organization. The 2 lowest practices that employees perceive were compensation and work structure and process. So they might feel that the work is not distributed fairly, or it is not properly structured or organized. And specifically in funding and ecosystem organization, wherein their view of how the compensation, whether they are paid in, competitive compensation as compared to their peer group, or how competitive, they scored the lowest on compensation. Whereas in the NGOs, 63%, like majority of the personnel felt that it was okay, but in funding and ecosystem, the score were quite low. So moving on, we also looked into that, across various categories in each of the dimension or each of the categorization, what were some of the highest scoring and lowest scoring question? So the highest scoring question around the association with the organization was that they believe in the vision and mission of the organization, across the sector. And in ecosystem specifically, they felt that they feel proud to work for their organization, which also reflects a stronger association with the organization. But one of the lowest scoring question was around that the organization motivates them to do better. So a sense of motivation could be improved so that it enhances the employee's experience within the organization. Now, the second around sense of purpose. Across the social purpose organization, personnel felt that they understand the relation of their job with the organizational strategy, goals, and priorities. So, which will help them to be able to align their work and be able to do it. But the lowest scoring question in the overall social sector space, which was being dominated by ecosystem war, that they feel that not everyone in the organization is committed to the the overall purpose. Whereas this score was rated, even though it was lowest in NGOs or funding, but it was still a good score of 86 and 93. But it was in ecosystem support organization that they felt that they don't feel committed to the overall sense of purpose. Around trust and collaboration, the highest was that they feel that the organization believes in them, and the lowest was that there was promotions and assignments are not distributed fairly, specifically in ecosystem. Whereas in others, they feel that the structures, it's not properly structured or organized. And there's not a good communication between the departments in the organization. Now, moving on. So around performance management or relationship with their manager and leader, the highest was that they understand the results expected from their job, which relates to that, they understand the job, how it correlates to the organization strategy and priorities. And the lowest was that they don't receive a clear and regular feedback from their managers. Around work structure and resources, they feel that they have enough resources to be able to do their job, but they feel that it's not well organized and structured. And that's where they feel that it is challenged or there could be a scope of improvement. And the last was around compensation. Even though it was rated low, they all, the personnel feel that they have a good understanding of the compensation policies and practices. But if you talk about that, how are they being paid or whether the incentive is being paid related to their performance, so that was the lowest scoring question. We also, this was on the overall category space. We also deep dive and into the various demographics, and those detailed results are available in the report. But two interesting insights were that employees who have spent 1 to 2 years and more than 5 years have a stronger sense of purpose with the organization, as well as employees within, who are above more than 35 years of age have a stronger sense of purpose as compared to the employees in the age group of 25 to 35 years. This is the around intent to stay. So funding and ecosystem organizations have in that organizations, personnel have a lower intent to stay for more than 5 years. And actually in funding organizations, 0% of the organizations want to actually stick around for 1 year. So that was interesting that in the personnel in NGOs actually want to, they feel that they could stick longer for more than 5 years. Now moving on to the last insight, factors affecting compensation at an organizational level. So availability of funds is the most critical factors, followed by pay practices in the peer organization. The organization performance also affects, influence the compensation that the organization will be able to pay. And low quality of governance is also one of the factors. So it's, the low quality of governance may tend that the executives will be paid higher, but it tends to a lower employee wage. So it says that if the organization board members are paid well, then they will be motivated enough to be able to have a more transparent and more accountable to the organization. And also, if they are paid in excess, then it may result that it will have a negative influence on their results, on their power, and which might result into a decline of the organization performance. The last factor which affects the compensation from an organizational point of view is presence of volunteers. And it actually has a impact in such a way that if there are volunteers present, then it will act as a buffer that if permanent employees are leaving, which reduces the cost of turnover, the employees will act as a substitute. And that will actually, reduces the bargaining power of the employees also, because they are acting as substitute.
Users contractually non-paid.
Non-paid.
They may be paid or unpaid.
Now, factors affecting compensation at an employee level. Intrinsic motivation, just like we were discussing, that if an individual is intrinsically motivated to focus on the task and outcomes and not actually be associated or not be bothered about that, what are going to be the financial aspects or monetary rewards related to the, the job, they will actually not be concerned. They would just want to work towards a larger goal rather than, and, would work in the organization at a lesser wage than it actually should be paid at. So this is one of the factors that actually affects the compensation at an employee level. The other obvious aspect is level of human capital, which means that what is the kind of the education that they bring to the table, what is the kind of experience that they've had. And the last is the managerial performance. And usually organization measures performance by cost effectiveness or fundraising, especially when deciding the CEO's compensation. There are some of the other indirect factors, like how committed organization is towards well-being of the employee. So that also affects that what is going to be the compensation level set for the employees. That was all that we had from this module. Now I'll be handing over to Satyendra to talk about the drivers of talent motivation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ria. So Ria has already walked us through the perception and what are the factors that affect compensation, one of which is intrinsic motivation. And building on what Ingrid and Ravi has discussed in the morning, that motivation is something that matters when people join social sector. So in these particular slides that are following now, we'll see what are those factors which motivate people to join social sector in the first place before they form perception about compensation, benefits, or other aspects of talent management practices being followed in SPOs, the social purpose organizations. Then what makes them to continue their engagement with the social sector, and why in the broader social sector they are engaged in. So let's deep dive into these factors. So one of the major factors is the pull factors. So these are those factors which attract a person to work in the social sector. One is the intrinsic motivation to bring change to the society, positive change to the society. Another may be some personal experience that a person has faced in their own life, and they have this empathy to change those unsavory experience into some opportunity and create a better future for others. So there are different pull factors we will look into. Then second is the push factors, which do not come from some kind of pro-social disposition, but rather because of certain constraints that forces people to join the social sector. So let's see what people in the social sector have to say about what motivates them. So this is one of the quotes from the motivation survey. So one of the person says, it is the sense of meaningful contribution that actually attracts or inspires him to work in the organization. And what most of the people say is, there are 72% people who say it's the opportunity to contribute meaningfully that made them join a job in the social sector. Similarly, 71% say their continuous engagement and retention in the SPO is primarily affected by that they are able to do some meaningful contribution. And 70% feel that they are able to make substantial contribution to the life of other people or the work of other people. Then 66% take satisfaction in doing their work in the social sector. 50% of the people say it's the opportunity to influence impact on the ground that makes them continue to work in the social sector. And 47% feel valued being in the social sector. Coming to another quote, so it's also the alignment with the vision of the organization that inspires people. And what most of them have to say about vision and values of the SPO is 66% say this is one of the primary reasons why they are doing a job in a particular organization. 29% say it's the alignment with the organization values that makes them continue to work with the organization. And 54% of the people say it's the shared vision. That's the objective or the mission that the organizations want to achieve. They have the similar goal in their life to bring the same social change. And that's motivate to continue with the social sector. Then learning and development is also one of the most crucial factor. It's 86% of the people says it's the learning and development. That's why they are having their job in the social sector. 71% say it's the reason of their retention. And 66% say learning and development keeps them continue to work in the Indian social sector. Now coming to the culture and work environment. So one of the respondents said this, the culture and work environment in my organization, every person in the organization is valued. I feel proud working with it and I love to work with my organization in the time. So culture and work environment also plays a critical role in influencing the motivation of people. Another is leadership. So inspiration also comes from the leadership of the organization and the teamwork, how ideas are exchanged and accepted within an organization. So looking at these factors, organization culture, 60% people say it's the work culture of the organization that make them work for the particular SPO. 52% say it's the organizational culture and work environment, which is the reason they are continuing their work, that influence their continuous engagement with the with the organization. And 34% say it's the relationship that they have with their peers that make them work with the organization. Then for the leadership style, 22% say it's the profile of the leaders that also motivate them to work for a particular organization. Then 24% says it's the leadership style practiced in the organization that keep them continue to work with the organization. Autonomy also plays a role, whether somebody is able to define their work within the organizations or not, whether they are able to make certain decisions related to their work or not. So that is also one of the factors that motivates people to work in social purpose organization and in broader Indian social sector. So autonomy and voice, 38% of the people say their continuous engagement and retention is because they have the opportunity to contribute to the decision-making process. 37% say it's the flexibility and autonomy in the work. That's why they are continuing their engagement in the social sector. 65% say it's the substantial freedom and independence they have in their job right now. And they are able to make great change to people's life through having all these discretionary things in their work. Then coming to the compensation and benefits, 55% of the people say they joined a job in the social sector because of compensation and benefits. 35% say it's the reason to continue their engagement. And only 13% say that they are into the Indian social sector because of compensation and benefits. That's way below considering all other aspects of other pull factors. Now coming to the push factors, which forces people to join the social sector. So one of the interview participants said, one of the reasons is to join the social sector is intrinsic motivation, or they are driven to bring some social for social cause. Second is that there may be something related they are able to earn because given the educational background or maybe lack of opportunities elsewhere, they are compelled to join the social sector. So there are three factors. First is poor educational background, that people are not able to fetch a good job maybe in other sectors and they are forced to join some job into local NGOs. Second is the lack of work opportunity. Maybe in some hinterland, people don't have educational background, but they also don't have good job opportunities. So that also compel them to work in the social sector. Third is, instead of sitting idle, it's better to engage in some productive work. So that is also one of the reasons why people work in the social sector. Since these are some of the motivational factors that bring people into the organizations and into the social sector, but when they are coming to a particular organization, the whole talent go through a particular journey from starting with the talking about the talent life cycle. So starting with the talent attraction and recruitment. So they participate in the recruitment and retention process of the organization. Then there is an induction also, followed by learning and development, performance management, and finally talent transition, retention, and succession planning. So most of the factors that we have identified during the studies, most of them are very generic, but there are certain specific factors that we have identified. So I'll walk you through only through those specific factors. So yeah, it's the pull factors. So whereas when only 1% talked about the push factors, but most of them they talk about the pull factors. And even if you see the percentages, they are higher towards the pull factors. So, because we didn't roll out the survey in a way that we can capture this, maybe in the next phase we will be definitely going for that. And there was only one person who talked about this. So we can even not say that it's representative of the whole sector. Yeah. No, that's a right thing to ask. So there are certain ecosystem support organization. They even have this thing called career mapping. So during the career mapping, what they do, and that generally happens in people who are like fresh graduates. So now they intend to like pursue higher studies. So generally they try to gain some kind of research experience. So that happens mostly in case of research oriented organizations. So they join these organizations for like 1 to 2 years. And that's the motivation behind getting that experience, so that after 2 years they can go for higher education. So those things have come up, and you can get all those details in the report. But the good thing is these ecosystem support organization, they mentioned through the career mapping, because they have the intention to go abroad, they formulate the entire job description, and they actually plan even for their exit after 2 years in a way that there is a win-win situation. It's not like they leave the organization leaving the project in doldrums. Yeah. To add to that, even some organization, they fund some part of their education also for their employees. So coming to Lnd budget allocation, because Lnd is one of the most critical factors that motivate people to join the social sector. So apart from NGO simple, complex, managed archetype, rest of the SPO archetypes, they have some kind of Lnd investments. Then coming to the performance frameworks. So NGO simple archetype, be it ad hoc or professionally managed. Apart from these, rest of have either of the KPIs, KRA, OKRs, or roles and responsibility sheets to measure performance of their talent. Although people go through all these, different stages of talent life cycle, but there are different challenges also that are being faced by the organization and also the employee. They might be related to the compensation, expectation, and other things. So my colleague Preeti will walk you through about all these PM challenges through the talent life cycle. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So moving from the findings of the study to the challenges that were reported in the study. First set of challenges were around talent recruitment, attraction, and acquisition. First is competition for talent. Essentially, the sector not only competes within itself for talent, but there is a major competition with the for-profit sector, which offers far better benefits as well as compensation. This is especially true when seeking first challenge is related to competition for talent. And this is especially seen when looking for talent with specific technical skills like software engineers, doctors, or lawyers. ESOs particularly reported this to be a major challenge. Second is the challenge of projectization, that is project-based recruitment. This leads to job precarity and insecurity amongst the employees, and eventually leads to involuntary attrition of the talent from the organization. Third is finding talent with the right skills, with the right combination of skills, technical skills and personality traits. Traits like working with ambiguity, interpersonal skills, etc., are crucial in the sector. And therefore, finding the right combination, for example, the right combination of technical skills and interpersonal skills for stakeholder management, say. So this is a challenge reported by many organizations. Also, this is particularly aggravated when looking for senior management and middle management positions. What some organizations have started they've started doing intense vetting process, and they are conducting competency-based behavioral interviews and structured interviews to address this issue. Fourth challenge has already been spoken about paucity of funds and how this probably leads to most other challenges. What is interesting to see is organizations with a revenue-based model also have reported this to be a problem, largely because either they are in a startup phase or their clients are resource-crunched SPOs again. Fifth is talent is attracted towards the brand and popularity of the organization. And many organizations in the sector then struggle to build that brand and popularity to attract the right talent, particularly NGOs and grassroots organizations. Last is delay in decision-making, especially while recruiting talent, usually leads to failure in that recruitment then. This is usually seen in organizations where most of the decisions are around the founder. Second set of challenges are related to talent retention and motivation. First one is experience of corporate crossovers. So participants have given mixed response on experience or on working with employees who have corporate experience. But while they value the corporate experience, there is this challenge of sometimes mission alignment between the organization and individual, or sometimes there is a challenge of a very performance-driven attitude of the individual, which may not take factor in the complexities of the social sector. Second is ambiguity in career trajectory, which is a major challenge in most organizations. Either because most SPOs are lean and there is limited scope of vertical growth, or because organizations do not have formal career growth policies. So this eventually, after working for some time in an organization, leads the employee to be demotivated or maybe leave the organization. Third is that sometimes there is a perceived misalignment between the organizational mission and the organizational actions that an employee sees. And this often leads to demotivation. So it is very crucial for for the organization to invest in communication and getting feedback from the employee to understand whether they see the mission alignment between their work and they understand the impact of their work in the ecosystem. Things like administrative burden due to excessive reporting or a lot of filling a lot of tracking sheets, for example, lack of diverse work opportunities, which leads to monotony of work, and burnout due to either excess workload or stressful work conditions, or even managing beneficiary expectations are reasons that cause employee attrition in organizations. Lastly, you have some organizations use conventional performance systems, which are metrics driven and which are output driven. And what happens is that sometimes this doesn't take into consideration the context in which the employee was working. And this leads to employee demotivation. Promotions and incentives based on this performance system leads further for employee demotivation. What also occurs is that then the employee is really focused on achieving those metrics on paper instead of working holistically towards the cause. The third types of challenge, like other challenges that the sector faces, is succession planning, as mentioned earlier. Almost every organization acknowledged the importance of succession planning, but then somehow they fail to proactively follow it through with actions. Investing in relationship with employees who are aligned to the organization's mission and having long-term relationship with them is crucial to be able to do this well. Second is managing beneficiary expectations. So sometimes employees working in the field, despite their best efforts, are unable to show the outcome or are unable to show the impact of their work to the beneficiaries, which leads to some discontent. And this is a huge demotivating factor for the employee. Lastly, events like COVID-19, which were unexpected for everyone, have sort of been expressed as a major challenge, not only with funds, not only with operations, but also in talent management. And the only way to deal with this is organizations build resilience to basically deal with these challenges, but that can happen when other issues are addressed first. This study then proposes a people-centric talent management framework to start addressing these issues and creating more talent-friendly environment in the organization. First is to find meaning and purpose. So what this means is that right from recruitment, purpose alignment, mission alignment should be centered, should be focused upon, and the organization should continue to engage with the employee to make sure that this alignment persists. The organization also must be open to feedback in this case. Second is performance recognition. And by this we mean not only changing the conventional performance management systems, but also making sure that every contribution is recognized, that there is competitive pay with internal equity and external parity, that the benefits are appropriate. Third is to ensure talent well-being by systematically investing in talent well-being policies, providing things like work-life balance, working from home opportunities, flexible leave policies, even providing benefits like, say, family health insurance help here. Fourthly, a nurturing workplace environment is crucial for talent to thrive in the organization. This means building a collaborative and connected culture in the organization, ensuring that relationships between the employees are well, and there is a general connect with the cause. Systematic investing in talent development and growth is essential, which means something like career mapping that Satyendra mentioned, ensuring that there is consistent investment in learning and development, formal and informal both, for employees, and also succession planning. Last is that the workplace environment then have to be also complemented with the leadership style of the organization, which has to be encouraging and empathetic. This is particularly then true for the changing demography of organizations now. Lastly, moving on, now that we've discussed the study and its potential, now what next? We do know that we have to move forward from here. So we are proposing a few things that can be the next steps for the study. As Neha mentioned, that we approached 9,000 organizations, but only 100 participated. So it is essential to do the study on a larger sample with more diverse archetypes like ESOs, funding organizations, and also grassroots organizations. Second is to ensure that diverse perspectives are heard from in these studies, be it social groups, cultural groups. This study focused more on the opinions of leaders, but it is necessary to then hear the different perspectives of other employees also to get a holistic understanding of talent management. Largely, we need to now also engage deeply with different aspects of talent management now that we have an overview. Say, for example, observe trends in compensation and motivation over years, or study the association of talent management and organizational effectiveness, and then the effect of, say, grants and funds to organizations, etc. What is crucial is that the sector now continues to engage with this topic and participate in studies like these, for example. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for presenting the research findings. Before we open the floor for questions, may I request Ingrid and Ravi to kindly formally launch the report, please? Do we have a copy of the report? Photo of it. Thank you, Ingrid and Ravi. Now we open the floor for questions. Tea, coffee is also being served, so request you all to please get a cup of tea, coffee, and join us back here as we open the floor for questions. Thank you. Very quickly. Hear me? Hello.
Yep. It's working.
Working now? Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. I just have a question for the panel. Yeah. First of all, many congratulations on this very, very important work. It's been one of my pet peeves and something which has been very close to my heart. My name is Ramya, and I'm from an organization called Bridgeable from Singapore.
Okay.
My question to you is there a platform or a kind of a marketplace for job seekers and NGOs to kind of meet, come together and see, for them to find, for example, I'll just give you a very quick example. I get a lot of requests from people who have spent time in the corporate sector saying, now I want to give back. I'm looking, to join the sector. What can I do? Where can I start? Is there some skills I need to acquire? So normally I send all those queries to Venkat Krishnan, who's a dear friend, and he finds them all jobs. But I just want to know if is there something more organized in that space? Thank you. Sorry.
I think headhunters serve part of this purpose. So, but that's obviously true mostly at middle and senior levels. So, to get a sense of what's out there in terms of opportunities or what the terrain is, the landscape of opportunities. I think the only people who are doing this at any level at all are the headhunting firms. ILSS, yeah, for their cohort and for small numbers.
They are helping people transition, in the.
So that's one element of it, which is the easing almost it's an orientation almost to say, if you're looking at a more purpose-driven role, then this 9-day program will help you understand what the consequences of making that choice are and help you to make a more informed decision. But also because they're in touch with so many nonprofits, funding organizations, as well as job seekers, they're in a position to then identify, to do matchmaking. So that's a sort of a forward integration of their product.
Earth and careers. So there are a bunch of these social sector placement organizations. There are capacity building and placement organizations like ILSS. But increasingly, there are also mainstream, like for example, Naukri has a whole section on social sector jobs, but it's not nuanced like, maybe a tech sector in it. For example, we've been having a conversation, can we get development management jobs onto that? So it's at a nascent stage, but I think conversations are to get more of social sector profiles, jobs, etc. through that space. But it's the practices have shifted. So for example, social sectors paying 1 month's salary for hiring or 3 months salary even sometimes and things like that. That's begun to happen. And because that's begun to happen, organizations are also coming to the space. So your Earth and Careers or Mumul, yeah, there's a bunch of these organizations that are there. Third sector partners and all. LinkedIn Jobs, for example, has got a lot of space there on these areas. Yeah. But this is a conversation to be had with many more people so that it becomes a force for good. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sanjali. I'm representing NASCOM Foundation. I have a question around the learning and development. So what type of trainings you think, will really help and motivate people in this sector? Because, I understand, retention is a major concern even at our organization. So what suggestions you have in the learning and development?
So there is no particular suggestion. So what we have found during the study, training and development completely depends on the needs of the organization. So even while inducting the talent within the organization, there are organizations which provide, workshops so that they are well aware about the objectives and they are able to perform also. And that sort of training varies from email etiquettes to teaching them about Power BI, for example, or training them on R programming. So it varies from like what kind of work the organization is doing and what job role that particular individual is in. So that varies. Yeah.
In addition, I would just want to say that it is important to take into account the employee interest as well, because only then will the training and development work and they would be able to incorporate that in their work.
But to add to that, one of the findings is, so funding organization in particular, they focus on the behavioral aspects. Ecosystem support organization, they are more technical focused. So generally those who are working at the intersection of data and society, so generally they provide trainings and resources to their, hires related to R or maybe Tableau, those kind of things. And in case of NGOs also, these trainings are mostly until Excel, at the level of Excel and that. So it all completely depends on what level of sophistication the work the organization is doing. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Manikandan. I represent Indian Housing Federation. So my questions are, okay, first of all, I think we should congratulate all of us because we are all survivors in some sense. Like the fact that we are here in itself means that we have survived. Now, it's up to us as individuals to understand if it's because of resilience or privilege. I don't know. It could be one of the two or a combination of both. But then thanks for bringing this topic up because we've been eagerly waiting for this to come out. But then because it's a closed group, like I would probably say, like, let's address the elephant in the room and like not go around in circles. Like there's compensation and there's rest of things, right? Like, so remuneration or whatever you call that, the financial part of things. For the rest of the things, I think we are better off, but then we struggle with this. But then I think Ravi touched upon this, like, yes, we can't keep ignoring that part of things because that's the major part. But then I somehow feel that if we are looking at that and if we want to get things done in this sector, I think we are far away from that because we are no way going to match compensations, attract and retain talent. That's not on, right? Like, but then the gap is there. We need to address that. So, but then the report is very important, a very starting point. So thanks for that. But then you have said in the end of the report saying that it's statistically not representative of the sector. But I think like that should come bold out there because it says Indian social sector. And I don't know the full report. So maybe there's some way which you're managing that. I go by this data, 20 to 35 crores. Their salary compensation is 26% higher than the sector is what it says. Now, if you're saying that, that means my conclusion is, please correct me if I am wrong, is that you're talking about only top 10%, 20% of the sector, right? Like, so if we are saying that this is 26% higher than the sector, like, let's accept we are way off the mark. If we are inside the room, we are in top 10% of the sector. If we are part of your sample, then I'm assuming we are top 20%. So like we need to use it very cautiously because people quote this and things get done outside. The next points is like, I'm saying these by basis the questions which were not asked to us. We are a respondent and I don't know, like we were only part of one part of the study. I'm saying these basis the questions which were not asked and hence making these points. The one of the categorization is basis the budgets of the organization, which would be a straightforward numerical way to categorize. But then how the way things are, like there are different kinds of organizations. A 5 crore budget with a 4.5 crore for works and 50 lakhs for program management, vis-a-vis a 1 crore budget for an ecosystem organization are two different things. Like 1 crore is then greater than a 5 crore budget. So if you have just categorized basis organization budgets, we may not be seeing the right thing out there. So that is something which we need to qualify. If we have not qualified it here, maybe in the next round, we need to qualify it further. The next point, again, we are no one to comment on that, but then the point which we can probably address internally as a sector is the highest salary versus the lowest salary of the sector, of the company. Like if we can put it out there, I think, because who are we to say who should get paid how much, but then can we at least say what the ratio is? And there is one more factor, which is within the organization, which I would probably call it direct, and then there is indirect. Like if we are working with other organizations, then I think the benchmark should be happening between the highest salary of the higher organization to the lowest salary of the organization through which we are achieving our goals and metrics, which means there should be these which needs to come out. It can be voluntary or it can be through studies like this, but then that is something which is within the control of the organization. There can be normalization because otherwise you can't compare. It's not even apple to apple comparison. There can be some reasonability around that. Okay, so these are some of my initial points which I thought I'll make. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Let me start. So, hi, thanks for your questions. To not really answer, but kind of reflect on what you just pointed out. So the first part about, having a certain types of organizations with a certain funding size and not really mentioning it upfront that this is the particular thing we are dealing with in the end of those organizations. We have it all detailed out right in the beginning of the report. So we were limited in scope in terms of time right now. So we'll really like it if, the reports are live on our websites, both of us, ISTM and CSIP, you'll get that information there. And the second part about the organization, intra-organizational equity. So because we could not talk about a particular organization's compensation or the, lack of fairness within those, we created those reports. We shared them confidentially with each of those organizations for them to look at them and address those things. We just did not bring it here for the sector to, find out and because we can't really address that. Only the organization can. So yeah.
Just to add to it, so basically, while we talk about compensation, this was aggregated at an overall level. So we actually, to be able for us to not disclose any data, we wanted, we aggregated the data, and only if there were, salaries at a given role or level from minimum 4 organizations, we only then, looked at the median. But just like Neha mentioned that, each of the participating organizations have received a detailed report of, what is their, personals compensation and how competitive it is with respect to their, overall social sector or social purpose organization with respect to the role that they're doing, with respect to their level of contribution. So everything has been shared with the each participating organizations, but not putting it out formally because it will disclose a lot of confidential and personal details.
I can commission a customized study, and I don't need, therefore, to participate in this larger sector initiative. Whereas if I'm a small grassroots organization or even a mid-size NGO who can't afford to commission Korn Ferry directly for a customized study, then I have an incentive to participate in the larger.
So I work with Udayan Care. We are a mid-sized NGO. I wanted to ask you, and this was specifically about, the incentive structure for fundraising. Now, this has been one of the ongoing debates within our organization as to do we really need to have an incentive structure for getting people to raise funds? Because, if people bring their networks and their contacts to the organization, if there is an upside for them, if there's something that they're getting out of it, maybe they will be interested. But on the other hand, the other voices, but we are an NGO and we cannot be, this is mercenary, kind of behavior. Are there such instances in your study where NGOs like ours have, got funding, incentives for bringing in funds, and it's not only restricted to the fundraising teams, but across the organization, and has it worked?
Yeah, so we have come across like some of the organizations which have revenue-based model, basically, not fundraising model. And they do have this incentive-linked benefits for the employees who perform better, do the business development, but not exactly fundraising.
And it's actually, some kind of, it's a way, just like you mentioned, that to motivate them. Otherwise, everyone will be bringing the same amount what is required. But if you really want to motivate them to be able to do more. So that is what was observed in the fundraising companies, but not in other like NGOs and all. We did not see that.
Everybody should be working towards achievement of that purpose intrinsically, right? At the same time, we have different set of people who have different sets of needs. They have to run their household, they have to pay their debts, and sometimes having incentivized structure for them, so that there is a little bit of motivation to get up early in the morning, reach out to as many people as they can, so that they are able to get more and more for the organization, because at the end of the month what they will get is slightly more than they were getting earlier. That creates a little bit of differentiation. On your point, whether it is applicable to all employees in the organization, we've not really seen that. It's mostly for people who are going outside getting funds, so they are comparing it to a sales or a revenue generating function internally, and that's why those schemes are being run for them specifically.
I just wanted to make one more point here, that this I mean, we are in the sector and we are talking about purpose alignment and so many other factors. So it is essential to get that in order as well to deal with this issue, because if at the end of the day, if the employee is only seeing compensation as a reward, then we failed again. So we have to fix that as well.
Hi. My name is Gauri and I'm from Transforming Rural India Foundation. And I've been working with recruitments and talent management in general. The question I had for the panel is, where in your study, did it come up anywhere as to where does talent come from? Is it from your urban tier 1 cities with people who go to Stephens, JNU, that kind of a demography? Or do you see there is a shift in say in tier 2, tier 3 cities or any other spaces where there is a talent pool that is developing and sort of we could focus on? And in terms of your purpose aligned, collaborative, intrinsically motivated talent, in that sort of a space, where do you see the talent come from?
So, yeah, right. So this particular question is extremely interesting. When we start talking about talent, that's one of the first questions that comes to my mind. Unfortunately, at this phase of the study, this was not in the scope of things for us. But in our recommendations, we have a very, very strong recommendation for exploring this background of the talent side. What is it that where are they coming from in terms of multiple identity standpoints? It can be, which gender is reaching which roles in which functions. Similarly, which communities in terms of caste and tribe are working in which scale of organizations, in which regions, and all of that. So yeah, we intend to explore it further in the next phase, if ever, or it's a recommendation for everybody to take up and explore.
Outside of low salaries is only two kinds of people can afford to work in our organizations. Either people who are South Delhi, South Bombay types who are not the chief wage earners in their families, or people who are the push factor people. Everybody else finds it. So increasing salaries paradoxically allows you to employ people from more marginal backgrounds, because the second wage earners you will get anyway, even at the low salary. But if you actually want to attract people from the communities that you purport to serve, then you need to raise your salaries, because the typical Dalit, for example, or a Dalit woman may be supporting maybe the sole wage earner in a family of 6 or 8 or 10 extended family. Whereas my case, South Bombay second wage earner, I'm supporting nobody, not even myself.
Ria, this is for you. Ingrid mentioned multiple times that, there are some compensation studies taken by organizations individually or group of organizations. Was that included as part of your study also? Is there a way we can get those and no?
I am Jonathan.
Sorry,
from
this is the last question we are taking because we need to start the panelist.
Okay, cool. I'm Jonathan from Desai and Associates, but most notably or recently from ISDM, batch 5. So I could resonate with a lot of the things that you said about why people wanted to join the social sector. I've been here for like 3 months and counting, I hope. There were 2 questions that I wanted to ask. One was in terms of educational qualifications. This is more of a comment. I found myself thinking when I was in DU that my education is subsidized and the government is spending 3.27 lakhs on me every year. What am I doing to give back or whatever, you know? And in Israel, there's conscription where you have to work for 2 years in the medical field or in the army or in the law enforcement. I don't know why India can't start doing that in, university levels where it's funded by the government. Even in the mission healthcare space, like where my parents are from, if you get in with a Christian quota or any sort of quota, there's a bond for 2 years where you have to serve in the rural areas, regardless of what specialty you want to want right after your MBBS. So I don't know when India is going to start, doing something like that. And if you guys have any thoughts on something like a conscription or a bond for the social sector, that's one. And the second is in terms of salary ratios. The founder of Vikalp Sangam and ISDM had come, I forgot his name. But he had mentioned that his ideal ratio would be 1:4 or 1:12, which is the highest the CEO that's earning and the lowest rung of the employee. And here you've pointed out that it's as high as 250%. Do you think in terms of recommendations, there is an ideal range, given that we are in the social sector and, there are ideas of Marxian surplus value, and anyway, it's a construct that blue collar work is considered less dignified and less skilled than Ravi sir's work as a founder / CEO. So what should that ideal ratio be? So 2 questions or comments or thoughts. Thank you.
So to the first question, Jonathan. So to your first question. So right now I can give you the supply side perspective of it, like how education matters. So generally, Preeti highlighted one of the challenges that there is a competition for talent, especially for those people who are working with ecosystem support organization, which are working at the intersection of tech and society. So they do face resource constraint. And what happens in that case, they are not able to hire people who have studied from tier 1 institutions. Rather, they go to tier 2 and tier 3 institution, but try to create a win-win situation because those people also find it very hard to fetch a job with corporate. So they get some initial experience with the organization while the organization get the talent. A second example is for people who have worked even for somebody has done social work program from a tier 1 college, say IRMA or maybe TISS. So one of the organization they mentioned, these people don't want to work in the rural areas. Even if they want to work, they only want to spend 6 months to 1 year so that they have some initial experience with the community. And later on, they want to work either in metro cities, at least, or with some reputed organization which have some brand value. Yeah. No, we haven't come across something called bond as such in the study, so I cannot comment about the bond sort of thing.
Principally, are we in favor of something like that?
We're researchers. We tell you what ought to be is a conversation that the sector needs to have, not the researchers.
Thank you so much. I know we have a lot of questions, but we can take them over lunch. Thank you. Thank you so much, team. We'll move on with the next item agenda. The next agenda on our for the day is a panel discussion on compensation and benefits in the Indian social sector. I invite Ingrid Srinath to please be on the stage and introduce the panelists. On the panel, we have Aditya Natraj from Piramal Foundation, Gayatri Lobo from ATECF, Rahul Balakrishnan from Arthan, and Rajesh Tandon from Priya.
So, gosh, this is a heavy duty panel. I mean, I don't know how many combined years of experience we have here. I'm guessing like 100 at least, if not more. I'm not going to take you through all their CVs. None of them needs particular introduction. I'll sort of give you almost just the job title. So in my list, I have Aditya first. Maybe it's an alphabetical list, who knows? So Aditya is the CEO of the Piramal Foundation. Uncharacteristically for our sector, he's a chartered accountant and a eco graduate, as well as an MBA. And he started at KPMG before he came over from the dark side. Gayatri is CEO at the A.T. Chandra Foundation, who one of the sponsors of this study, again has over 20 years experience combined between strategy, consulting, and development sector experience, most recently as CEO, or most recently in terms of before she joined ATE, as CEO of the India School Leadership Institute. Prior to that, she worked at Dalberg and at Teach for India. So she actually has experience across the spectrum, from operating NGO to ecosystem to funder. And Rajesh is, besides a PhD from Case Western, he's also an engineer and a graduate of IIM Calcutta. He's probably been thinking about these questions longer than any of us has. And I'm hoping, therefore, that he's reached more answers than most of us have. Rahul, at the other end of the table, is co-founder at Arthan. He, among other things, holds a graduate degree in commerce and a master's degree in business administration, has worked in, came from XLRI Jamshedpur, and again brings that same mix of corporate and development sector experience. So if I can start maybe with you, Rajesh, just because I'm hoping you have more answers than questions. Is there anything you heard today that took you by surprise, or you found, I've always believed that, but now I know it to be true? Or, was there any one fact, insight that sort of stood out for you?
Thank you, Ingrid, and thank you, ISDM and CSIP, for making this study happen. And as we have been listening since morning, I'm sure this will catalyze more follow-up that happens. I was sitting here, and in between I had to go down, so I went and sat at the back. And when I sat at the back, you sometimes remember things. I did my field work in 1977-78 for my PhD in Seva Mandirs, Southern Rajasthan, Udaipur district, Kherwada block. And the then CEO or founder of Seva Mandir, Bhai Sahab, as we used to call him, Dr. Mohan Sinha Mehta, used to organize annual camps of all the workers. And because I was a student of management, I was doing my PhD, I was appointed as a lecturer at IIM Calcutta. I wrote an article called Management of Voluntary Organizations in 1978, Indian Express. And I was remembering that because bulk of the message in that was what we heard today. I was shocked that people are working for such small wages. They are working 18, 24 hours in very difficult situations. I was not able to survive there for more than a year. But so it goes back that. The second memory I have is when we first held, when Priya was founded in 81, 82, completed now 40 years, we convened the first workshop on management of voluntary organizations in 1985. The report is on our website. And the then stalwarts of the voluntary sector, the Sinis and the Pradhans and, of this world came around. Most of them would say, well, what is the purpose of this conversation? Because what has management got to do with us? So when Ravi set up ISDM, perhaps the first time that we are trying to combine the spirit of development and the spirit of management in a meaningful way. And I want to give you, therefore, three things that I found was reaffirming. Nothing shocked me, by the way. from the report. First of all, that variation and underpaid is a lived reality. Priya was fortunate to have one of the serving IAS officers come and work for 5 years. Satinder Singh Sahni, J&K cadre, worked with Priya full-time on deputation, January 2000 to January 2005. His then compensation, the condition was we'll pay him the compensation, and his provident fund, etc., will deposit in the government. His then compensation was 60% higher than mine, and rest of the members of the board and senior staff said, how is it possible? And while working in a advisory capacity to some NGOs in Bangladesh, I realized that they had always benchmarked their compensation to government officials. Always. I'm talking about early 80s, mid 80s. And the same funders who came there and came here would treat the two differently. Because here there was no sectoral response, so to speak, with all the ideological baggage that you talked about. The second thing which is very reaffirming is the purpose for which people join this sector. And once in a while, I get disappointed that competence is seen as more important than commitment. When I came into the sector, I used to say, you all got commitment, let's focus on competence. And that's how capacity building, and people didn't believe that they needed to keep accounts at that time. Okay. So it is reaffirming from the study that people are coming to the sector for this purpose. It's reaffirming, and therefore it should be nurtured. The third, I think, the thing which is very interesting, and I hope we can build on that, is the entire issue of learning and how its linkage to the culture of such organizations, and therefore looking at learning not in an organizational sense, but in a sectoral sense. Last year we had a get together in between, the pandemic was over, turned out to be my birthday, and about 40 alumni who happened to be in Delhi, alumni of Priya, came over, and somebody said, let's write down what, all talked about learning, personal development, professional development. There are 1,100 of them who have worked in Priya more than a year and gone ahead. And I keep telling my board and my colleagues that this is a contribution, sectoral capacity development. So learning and development, the emphasis that you brought in the report, is very reaffirming and reassuring. Let me stop.
Thanks, Rajesh. Gayatri, you've, as I said, worked across the spectrum of organizations. So was there anything that surprised you or shocked you, or just, was a new finding, or did it sort of just reaffirm most of what you know? Were there any particular highlights that sort of stuck with you?
So one little thing surprised me was the insurance, and that I think 86% organizations today have insurance for their employees. I don't know if this is a consequence of COVID, but whatever it is, it's a good thing.
And the sample bias.
And the bias, fair enough. Then I shouldn't be so surprised. But I think reaffirming was anecdotes that I now saw numbers that backed. One of them being the chart which had the salaries at different levels. I'm using the word levels. I know Korn Ferry had a different word for it, but just so that we all understand. And how that gap widens as you get more senior. So you see a lot of people entering the social sector at an early age, because at that time it's passion. They're not seeing that much of a difference between what their friends would get joining the corporate sector. But 7-10 years into their work, when they want to get married, when they're thinking about starting a family, you start doing the math and you're thinking, okay, my friends are not putting their lives on hold because of working wherever they are. And now I have to make this choice. I think that's when it starts, at work. I mean, we would have all had these conversations with team members saying, I'm not earning enough and I cannot continue in this job. So I think that seeing those numbers, I think it is a wake-up call for us in the sector to think about what are those jumps we create in our compensation structures that one, allow for people to continue doing the good work that they are and retain their talent, but also attract talent from, people are talking about crossover talent. If I moved into the sector before I had children. If I had to do this 5 years after that, I'm not sure I would have, because suddenly now you make life choices based on what you earn. It would have been much harder, say 5 years after.
Thanks, Gayatri. Aditya, I mean, I wouldn't even begin to count how many people you've hired over your career, but hired, managed, led, etc. Is there anything in this report, or what are the aspects of this report that you think might be helpful for someone who's in a position like yours, recruiting at the scale you're recruiting, managing, leading at the scale you're leading? How can you see this data in some senses informing your decision making or your success as a leader?
I actually read this report multiple times, which itself is surprising, because that means there must be something in it, because I kept trying to decode what is it trying to say. Because it's actually, first of all, congratulations to CSIP, ISDM, Conferry, all of you who came together to do this. Actually, you were talking about my consulting life. In 1996, we did a compensation benchmarking within the pharma industry in India. And it was, you could almost pick most of this and you could put it, because the pharma industry thought that it was not being paid as much as the software industry. If you did the software industry, it would say we are not being paid as much as some other industry. If you did manufacturing, they would say we are not being paid as much as pharma. If you did fertilizer, they would say we are not being paid as much as chemicals and this. If you did road transport, they would say we are not being paid as much as infrastructure. So we all suffer from some sort of persecutory complex, right? Believing that something is wrong with the world. So I found 2 data points which were very useful in this report. I don't think I'm going to put out something a little controversial in order for us to sort of have a more heated discussion. I think the social sector wages are where they need to be. And I would be worried if they went beyond this. And the reason for this is that there are 2 numbers in this report which I found very useful, which validated my point of view. One is 43 and one is 96. 43 is the percentage that I get versus the general industry, as you call it. So if you're being paid 100 in TCS, I get paid 43, right? And 96 is the number of people in the social sector who are aligned to mission and values of the organization. Okay, so let's just round off these numbers and take it as 40 and at 100. So it means 100% of people in this sector are aligned to vision, mission, values of the organization. What am I willing to pay to work in an organization in which I align with that vision and mission? So suppose I say, okay, I'll pay you, instead of 40, I'll pay you 60, but there will be 20% dilution in your alignment with the values. I wouldn't take that job, right? And okay, another 20 more I'll pay you. I'll pay you not 60, I'll pay you 80 now, but now it will not even align with your mission of your life. Now, slowly, therefore, you lack integrity totally, because neither vision, nor mission, nor values aligns with who you are as a human being. And the reality of the world is, I think capital in the corporate sector buys out your integrity through buying out any sense of do not think of vision, sit and do the same job again and again for the next 20 years. Do not think of your values, we'll put it up on the board, but we are not going to live those values. Your leadership is not going to live those values, and you're not going to be able to talk to me about it either, right? You're not going to be able to define the mission of this organization. It's just a nice thing that's put up on the wall. And I think all these reasons, I much rather be paid 40 personally, and I've lived my life around being paid 40, but having 100 on integrity. And I think if we allow capital to decide what we should be paid, we should then be comfortable with people with money then defining what we do, which then defines what communities get. And so when you're talking about Bangladesh, I'm very happy I'm in India and not in Bangladesh, because I don't believe there are community-based organizations and civic action in Bangladesh. There are service delivery organizations in Bangladesh. I think India's civic action is much greater than Bangladesh, because we're willing to take that discount and do what we believe is important for this democracy. So I think we should be careful about how much capital takes over and influences this. This is not to take away from the fact that good people are not able to join the sector. I know how much stress I had in my marriage and with my children because I was not being paid enough. But these are choices we need to make.
I fundamentally agree with you, but I think I just want to push back a little on this. I think that while that aggregate is true, that if you were to disaggregate those numbers and then look at it at particular levels in the organization, what Gayatri was talking about. I mean, I know my recruiting experience in the sector is my biggest enemy is the EMI. As long as somebody has a housing loan or some other loan to pay off, that determines then their how much they need to make in order to survive, so to speak. Also at
Absolutely,
different life
everything-
stages. So, you know, at your age or mine, this might be an easier decision, or Rajesh, it might be an easier decision, though he took the decision, to be fair, at much earlier. There's that mid-level, middle management. Is that middle management problem, which is
I
that
completely agree with you.
at levels where you don't have the family responsibilities, and at levels where maybe you have diminished family responsibilities, or you've just learned to live with it,
Yeah, but
it becomes easier. But then there's a real talent gap. And then the demographic issue, which I raised earlier, which is certain kinds of people then can afford to work for us, and we eliminate people whose entire family survival, for example, depends on their income.
you want to counter to that?
Yes, please.
So I think, first of all, the sector is too small, right? If you take micro, small, medium enterprises, a micro enterprise is below 5 crores, a medium enterprise is below 50 crores, and a small enterprise is below 250 crores, right? This sector, all the NGO world will fit within MSME, and very few will even be small. Most will be micro or medium. Medium itself is, it's huge in the sector. Most of us will be micro. So if you see this way we split it up, MSME's wages and work conditions are very similar to the NGO sector. We are comparing this to Toyota. You're saying Toyota versus an NGO sitting somewhere else. That's not a fair comparison. The reality is, if you take Toyota, then what does it do? It gives it to a wiper manufacturer who does wiper manufacture. That guy's salary is at 80% of Toyota. Wiper manufacturer gives it to an S of the MSME, whose wages is 80% of that. And finally, the labor who's working is working at 80% of that. So 80 into 80 into 80, you're back to the 40. Working conditions are pathetic, no medical benefits, everything, which is what the social sector is landing up being.
But can I just counter?
Please, please.
Sorry, Aditya, two things. So one, I think the paintbrush with which you've painted all corporate sector, I disagree with. But that's a separate conversation for another day. But to compare budget size and therefore say that, I think we need to look at the kind of talent you're attracting. If you're looking at a welder, of course, their salaries will be different who's working in a Toyota supplier. But if you're looking at hiring the same talent that a Toyota is hiring, or a same talent that I don't know, maybe KPMG is hiring, and you're trying to pay them 40% of that, that's where it starts getting harder for an individual to make that decision of where they want to work.
So then you
Right?
just
So-
accept that
so I'm just saying that
Indian civic society doesn't consider welders important. Indian civic society doesn't consider social change important.
Yeah,
that's all.
Well, that's not necessarily a given for all. That's not necessarily written in stone. But I want to bring Rahul in. So Rahul, you have, unlike the rest of us, an overview, right? You're looking at across thematic areas, across regions, across levels, etc. What are you finding are either the biggest constraints or the most positive developments you're seeing in terms of our capacity as a sector to attract talent and to retain it?
Great. So I think some of the reaffirmations I got from the report is compensation is a part of an organization ethos, but not everything. And there are aspects around culture, L&D, etc., which are being talked about, which I don't think when I moved into the sector, it mattered. For me, when I moved from ICICI to Teach for India, it was very clear that it will be a struggle, but I have made this conscious choice to create change, and I need to sacrifice a lot to bring that change. But now, after having worked on both sides of the spectrum, culture plays a very important role. And I think more and more organizations are asking these questions to themselves. Why is my organization worth staying in? Why is my organization worth spending 5 years? I remember some of the quotes from the report itself. And at the same time, what is it in for me post 5 years, using or leveraging the experience of working in the impact space. So I think that is one of the critical factors. Secondly, I think we are not just a headhunting firm. Arthan Careers also plays a role on organizational development and helping organizations fix their human capital function. And one thing that the report doesn't say, how many HR teams exist in social sector organizations. Founders are pseudo finance, pseudo HR, pseudo culture, pseudo people, pseudo technology. Like a founder or a CEO in a social sector organization plays every role. And I think most organizations, when they come to us and say, "Mujhe salary benchmarking karni hai, I have to fix my compensation next year in March 2023." So usually salary benchmarking practices are just looked at peer organizations. Okay, aap 250 crore organization ho, aapke 50 peers hain. Let me do benchmarking and do a survey and come back to you. But now organizations are coming to me and saying, these are the 10 aspirational organizations too. Can you add that to this list? So now organizations are asking, these are the 10 organizations that I want to be at, and not just look at peers, because peers will just give me a data point which will not be holistic in nature. Because I have heard in a conference like this, ye organization parent insurance bhi kar, not just health insurance for employees. And during COVID, organizations have retained employees because of parental insurance. I did not know this, but now I know this organization can be a great aspirational organization. So now, as a part of salary benchmarking, we also survey 10 aspirational organizations as a part of the survey. And I feel that is stemming from the fact that founders are not just looking at benchmarking compensation, but they are also looking at benefits, culture, L&D. And there were questions around L&D, right? L&D is not just about organization, but also about what your employee needs. And if an employee can learn 10 skills out of a job, which may not be directly affecting their job, but might be helping them as a professional, the chances are those people will stick around more. And I think founders, CEOs, and senior leaders are thinking beyond surface level stuff when it comes to benchmarking and compensation.
Thanks, Rahul. So Rajesh, coming back to you, you said that, I mean, you started with the more things change, the more they remain the same kind of theme. But are there any changes, trends, emerging ideas that you see today that weren't the case 40 years ago or 20 years ago, and that you think of as encouraging or discouraging? I mean, what are the positive and negative trends that you're seeing today compared to over the trajectory of your career in the sector?
One of the early debates that we used to have between Jholawalas and then emerging laptop walas, because some of us came from IIT and had computer science background, but we still sort of carried the Jhola to sort of fit into the crowd, so to speak, was the debate on professionalism. And the debate centered around, I'm talking about late 80s, when the entry of formally qualified, professionally trained people was beginning to come in. And it was an era where international development, NGOs, and a variety of those actors were becoming more important and significant. And in that debate, what we lost sight of the fact, and I kept on emphasizing, that professionalism has very little to do with qualification. Professionalism is an ethical, normative. If you don't come on time, that is lack of professionalism for me. Professionalism can be in the way an illiterate brickmaker works. Doesn't need a formal degree to be a professional. So how do we focus on strengthening professionalism without getting caught into this debate on what qualification you bring or you don't bring? And I think there has been an upsurge of interest in this question. And I want to bring to your attention a particular cadre of people for whom perhaps this report did not focus on, which is okay, I'm not saying. These are the people who work and do not move beyond a 100-kilometer radius of where they live. These are, during the COVID time, were called community leaders, animators, organizers, mobilizers, many of them not even having a formal sort of college degree. They are high school or whatever. And during the COVID period and immediately afterwards, because of our network and all, we began hearing a troublesome thing, which was that these same people, because suddenly people needed to move stuff and they couldn't go there themselves, they started recruiting these people for whom number of years of experience or social capital in the local context was not a criteria, and they were being underpaid, they were being discounted, and as little as somebody was earning 8,000-9,000 rupees was being asked to do the same work for 5,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees, because a lot of people were moving this. And it occurred to me, and I want to put it to all of you, that how can we bring them into this fold of what can we do for those who are not having professional qualification, but are still playing a very important role in this sector? Can we give them some sort of a system of skilling, some skill certification? Can we benchmark their salaries and compensation? Because they are the foundation. Whenever we talk about scaling up and all this, without them, there's very little that can be achieved. And this is something that is a worrisome trend that happened during the and just immediately after COVID. But a good thing is, which during COVID we found, people in the general sort of ambience would say that, oh, these digital mobile wallahs have lost contact with reality. And I used to occasionally chide my own kids who've grown up and say, you don't read a newspaper. So one day, my son had a debate with me. Okay, top 5 news items today. He knew all 5. I didn't, because my newspaper, Hindu or Indian Express, were dated. He was reading news. He says, don't make an assumption we don't read news. And it is that assumption that was broken during the COVID period. Lots of young people, professionally trained, mobile addict, doesn't matter. They really stepped out to support. That spirit of caring for others I saw in the youth of today. And that is reassuring. And we hope that the sector can keep them involved in some way. And this larger package of talent management, not just compensation, needs to be paid attention to in some way to nurture their interest. In 80s, we had to ask people to come and do internship. Now there is a long queue for internship and we can't respond to them. We don't know how to work with volunteers who are willing to give time and young people. And I think that your report hints at that. And I like that way of looking at holistically the talent.
Yeah, this idea of where are the organizational boundaries and how flexible they are. So I want to talk about a trend that I find disturbing, which is, for ease of reference, I'm going to call it the corporatization of the sector. And the number of forces out there, funding, technology, external threats, etc., which are putting a premium on certain kinds of skills, which then in turn is resulting in governance as well as leadership positions preferring people who come from a corporate background. This to me has some potentially very negative consequences, including them bringing in the values from their erstwhile experience. I know when I was at CRI, we struggled with our board, which was at the time almost entirely corporate, on this issue of performance incentives. They were convinced that if we just put variable pay, that people somehow performance would go up. So in order to humor them, we did it for 2 years to prove them wrong. And essentially, it made no difference. The people who were star performers continued to be star performers. The people who were not so star continued to be not so star. And when we went back to them with the data and said, look, this kind of establishes that variable pay doesn't work. They were like, no, it's because it's not high enough. If you make the percentage higher, then it would work. So is even what we're talking about here, this emphasis on financial compensation, the benchmarking to the corporate sector, is this part of that more pernicious trend, and should we be worried about it? Or is this just a starting point that allows us to have these more expansive conversations? I want to start with you, Aditya, just because I know you will give me a nice, nice provocative response.
You don't want to know. No, so I agree with you actually that I think it is, we have to separate service delivery organizations from civic action. And I think we've started to blend those because capital influences. I worked in my previous life in capital, and I know how capital influences entrepreneurs and everything. When I did my MBA and then I moved to the social sector, I worked in an organization. I literally, after about 18 months, I had to tear my MBA books out. Everything on talent that I knew, everything on capital I knew, I had to tear. Because it's a very simple thing, right? MBA is all about how do you get a defensible competitive advantage. You train yourself on that. Here, as soon as you create something that is unique, the point is to copy left it and make everyone make it available. But now let's just take Ravi and ISDM, right? So they're creating something that's beautiful. Now, if they were for-profit oriented, they would now protect the rights to this. They would license each text that they are doing. They would replicate it in 100 places. Then Ravi's salary, faculty salary, everyone's salary can go up. Ravi can get his IPO. Ravi will be sitting over here. Ravi will be sitting on this side, giving speeches. You'll be featured as a unicorn. But what is he instead going to do? He's going to make this available to 100 others who can copy this, right? So the basic fundamental principles of the way capital works and the way in which markets where they don't work, where we need to cover up, are different. And so every time we try to copy something from the capital thing, I think it's a very dangerous trend. I think, I honestly think it's extremely dangerous. So for example, just so that I continue my brand of provocation, I would say that instead of Korn Ferry studying and benchmarking it like this, what if we benchmarked it the other way? Corporates have no sense of meaning, no sense of values, no sense of vision, and they have quiet quitting. Why don't we study how we are showing values, vision, mission, and purpose, and ask Korn Ferry to figure out how can a corporate do that instead, right? And that's what, for example, in the Piramal group, we have the top 40 people in the Piramal group from the corporate side and the top 40 from the foundation side sitting together, not with them teaching us. The Piramal group tried to teach us for a long time, and they finally gave up, and they said your employee engagement at a lower cost causes higher risk-taking, more innovation, more entrepreneurship. There's something that you're doing right. And we are having quiet quitters and 70% attrition in the same roles. So how does that make sense? It doesn't add up, right? So I think there are leadership styles and all that are beautiful in this sector. And, 20 years ago, the social purpose and non-social purpose used to be two completely different spaces, right? Civic action used to be one, and then you had the capitalist. Whereas now, I have a friend who runs a solar energy company. Now, is that a social purpose organization? But he sits and he's installing 2000 megawatt of solar on rooftops. In fact, he used to work with me, right? And he's doing that and he's making money now, but he doesn't classify as a social purpose organization. So I think the difference is the for-profit or the not-profit. And that causes you, because I think he's a social purpose organization even more than me, because climate is going to screw us so badly, education is not going to be relevant. So, but he's doing that. But the difference is that as soon as he creates his unique business model, he does not copy left it and make sure 100 other people do it. And that actually is his moral dilemma at the moment, because he went to Wharton after being a complete leftist. He went to Wharton. He then went back to run a for-profit. He said, that's the only way the world is going to work. And then now he's realizing, oh God, I can't copy left. I know how to run rooftop solar. It needs to be 100x of what it is today. But my investors will not allow me to copy left it. But my wage is now sustainable. I can take care of my 3 kids. Right. So I think we have to just see this tension. And then each of us, I think, will choose a position on the continuum. So he will choose his position. I will choose my 40-100. He will choose his 100-40. Someone else will choose 60-80. Someone else will choose 80-60. And I think each of us will choose.
Yeah, I think the idea that both sides now, whether it's the impact creating space or the funding space, are now this blurring continuum, ranging from pure financial return to pure social return on the funding side, and on this side from sort of for-profit social enterprises all the way through to completely voluntary organizations.
I think as long as we have a continuum and each of us can choose the 40-100, I think there's an indifference curve, right?
Correct.
There's a 40 plus 100, which is where I am. So I'm still very old school.
Yeah.
And there are others who are at 80 plus 60 saying, okay, I'll give away some amount of my vision and values, but I want more wage. And there's others who are 60 plus 80, giving them a little bit more of that and saying, but I need more wage. And I think that's good. Whereas in the past, it should be only 100 plus 40 or 40 plus 100.
So Rahul, as probably the youngest person on this panel, is this just a bunch of old fogies talking about the good old days? Are we just completely out of touch with today's reality? What is today's 20-something, 30-something saying? What's their perspective on roles in the social sector?
I think social sector definitely needs to talk about itself a lot more. I feel, and Conferry folks will agree, how much talent management is spoken about in the corporate sector. There's a lot more information to digest in the corporate sector, whereas a lot of things are learned about the social sector, unfortunately, only by experience, which should not be the case, right? And I think social sector needs to talk about it a lot more. I know there are institutions like ISDM and so many other avenues that are getting built up, but I still feel social sector entrepreneurs also sometimes feel guilty कि मैं अपनी तारीफ कैसे कर सकता हूँ. This is my duty, right? And for doing my duty, it's like showing your finger after voting. That's your duty as a citizen. You should not take selfies and talk about it. And I think to do a larger service to the social development sector, a lot of founders, a lot of senior leaders, a lot of field workers, Sir also spoke about a lot of voluntary work that is happening. People need to talk about it, which isn't happening a lot, unfortunately, because a lot of assignments that we take up for talent recruitment, we talk to organizations ki LinkedIn, social media pe baat karo. What does a life of working in an organization like yours look like? Doing a video of 5 minutes, talking about literally from waking up to sleeping. What does that experience of working at Piramal will look like? And I'm telling you, that will go a long way than talking about it in a 2-page JD. And I think people in education, you talk about children learn in different ways. And the younger millennial population will not just read a JD and feel inspired. I personally watched Shaheen's TED Talk that compelled me to apply for the fellowship. I don't think a lot of people at TeachCore India's recruitment team would think like that, but that's how it is. So data is being consumed by various people and in various modes. So it's important that you are also there in those various spaces. I also feel someone also spoke about how volunteer heavy organizations are able to retain talent better, because I don't want to use that negative connotation that because there are volunteers, I can't bargain with my current organization. I also feel founders are able to take more risks internally because they know there's a plethora of talent. I know organizations like Atma in Bombay have volunteers leading assignments internally. Bhumi, for example, is run by volunteers. So how can you look at talent differently? How can you communicate to the larger pool of talent differently? And how can you not look at talking about yourself and talking about the great organization you are in a negative way? Ki I am being pompous and I am trying to show off. And I think that's what corporates do really well. And that's why you get great talent to corporates. And it's a bias that has been created over the years. And I think social sector organizations need to do it differently and also cater to the changing times. You can't talk about, "Arey, abhi ka talent to fickle hai. They need to be inspired daily. They need to be motivated daily." Like people, I have heard founders who say that हर चीज में इंस्पिरेशन थोड़ी ना ढूंढ सकते हैं. प्रपोजल राइटिंग में 2 बजे डेडलाइन है तो जग के करना पड़ता है. That's true, right? But I also know kids or millennials study late till night to crack an exam. They are watching Champions League football at 2:30 a.m. when Real Madrid is playing. There is an intrinsic motivation they apply in their work. But are we matching purpose when you hire a person throughout their journey as an employee? And sometimes, and I don't know if your survey talks about it, there's a question that we always ask when we do our assignments of organizational development. Do you believe leaders exemplify mission and purpose daily? And that will be a very telling answer, because a lot of, as organizations are growing, people at the bottom kind of disagree on mission alignment with founders. They feel, I am aligned with the mission, but I doubt if the founder aligns with it now. And that's a very telling problem. And I think deep down, we need to look at ourselves and think about, who are we catering to? We are bringing tablets into classrooms because children learn through tech. But why aren't we flexible for our own talent? Why aren't we asking the same questions to, are we changing? Are we willing to change basis the kind of talent we want to hire? So I think that's my perspective on this.
So you're saying authenticity, integrity are probably bigger variables than just
It is.
money.
And I feel that's what keeps people going. And that's true for corporate too. Aditya, if he goes back and thinks about why he left KPMG, maybe that was a very big factor to it. And I think we need to hold ourselves accountable for integrity, professionalism that Sir spoke about, that being on time is as important as raising XYZ as funds. And I think we are losing that essence of who we really are while we are trying to hunt down the best donor or the highest.
So actually, the finding that stuck out for me was the one on brand. Not surprising, because that's the background I come from. And one of the things we realized recently when we're looking at some other questions was almost all NGO communication is directed at donors.
Yeah.
There is virtually no communication that is directed at employees or the talent market out there. So this idea of how am I positioned in that market, what is my target audience, what are they looking for? We're not doing any of that research with the same degree of fidelity that we spend doing our prospect list and figuring out what motivates them.
And there is a convenience bias too. I happened to be in an event recently, and every new startup or a social enterprise are part of the same ecosystem. So IIM Bangalore एक incubator है, उसमें जो 10 organization है वो same है जो IIM में भी है, दसरा में भी है. And then I feel, are we catering to the larger pool? Secondly, there was this philanthropist who came to us and said, I need you to scout for upcoming social startups and NGOs. You tell me, because you work with them, you know some level of due diligence, you tell me, I will fund them. And then I told them, you need to change one thing and automatically you will get a larger pool of organizations. Unhone bola kya? I said, start taking funding RFPs in different languages. Mm-hmm. You have these criteria of English proposals. Then you have those same 50 organizations with great tier 1 founders applying in impeccable English. And then you hire from the same, fund them from the same pool. The minute they changed that criteria that आप Tamil में भी funding proposal लिख सकते हो, Kannada में भी लिख सकते हो, they got 1,500 more applications. That answers your question, right? So be more inclusive and then demand inclusion, right? I think
it's English and it's online, so that eliminates almost everybody.
Yeah.
So Gayatri, if I can close with the last question to you, which is, in your time in the sector, are there some cases where either in a recruitment situation or in a retention situation, you lost somebody that you thought was this was really one that got away? And what were the factors that contributed to that loss? I mean, where you felt that was it money? Was it something else? What has been your learning on what is it actually that is preventing either you're being able to hire the talent you're looking for or retain the talent that you have?
Yeah. So Yes, the quick answer is yes. There have been cases where I've lost really good talent to the startup world. Because again, it's exciting work. It is always sold to you, showing that it'll have impact. So they're not really selling their souls to the corporate world, but they're being offered much more money, being offered equity, and these are not things I can offer in the social sector. And there's not always a more senior position you can promote them to, right? Somebody else has to move for that to happen, because at the end of the day, we're working with limited budgets. But even in the funding world, right? I mean, now that I'm sitting on the other side, as they call it, I'm still losing people to money. And I just had a conversation with somebody saying, I want to have children, and my husband and I sat down. We sat with our with our banker, and we don't have the money to be able to do it. And I had to tell her that, wait, there's a study coming out. I'll tell you what's going to happen in the sector. Maybe we'll change our salaries, but yeah, that's going to be a conversation I have to continue when I go back to. But you do lose people. I would still say majority of people leave for my reasons not related to money, but it hurts really badly when it's things like compensation that you're not able to do much and you really want to retain that person.
Not on this. I just want to come back to this. We use the phraseology increasingly of social sector, social purpose organizations without specifying for profit or not for profit.
Yeah.
And I want to emphasize this distinction because if you are registered under 12A in income tax, every extra rupee you will get will be monitored. I have been hauled by income tax officers. Injunctions have been issued against Priya that Rajesh Tandon was paid from 1 lakh a month in 2014 to 1,35,000 rupees in 2016 a month. They want my CV, which has 75 publications of global standard. And IIT Kanpur, IIM Calcutta, PhD in management, then they want that CV. So the ecosystem on 12A is very disturbing, and any discussion on compensation must also find a way to engage with that ecosystem. Otherwise, we are going to find increasing tax liabilities and hassles that are already spreading. So I just wanted to alert our conversation on this theme to this reality.
Rahul, you wanted to say something?
I think I just wanted to add to what Gayatri said and also adding to what Aditya had mentioned earlier. I think Aditya had mentioned there's always an organization which will pay more than what you pay. It's never going to end. If you ask Jeff Bezos, he'll also say, I am losing the top talent to XYZ. So that's not going to end anytime. I think what is very critical is culture. Can your best employee come to you when they are first applying to a job online? And usually they come to us when they are about to resign. कि मुझे 2 महीने का notice period कल से देना है. And that's too late to change someone's mind. What would be that ideal culture where people tell you, you know what, I am planning to start a family. I am thinking of higher compensation. How do I go about it? And that will only happen if they think of you as a part of your family. And I know that's a very tough call, but I think that is when you can say that you have a very strong culture in your organization, wherein you understand, people understand that you will understand them, versus they are fearful, oh, if I tell XYZ that I'm applying to jobs or I'm thinking of moving out, my staying in this job will become that much more difficult. So I think usually that is going to be one of the biggest shifts that social organizations need to make, because compensatory related war is not going to end. And because of so many inclusion or lack of inclusion, lack of gender diversity, you're anyways hiring from a smaller pool of talent.
That's a whole other can of worms, Rahul.
Yes,
You don't want to
exactly.
go there. There's a no. No, I think we're out of time, but I think it would be unfair if I didn't take at least a couple of questions. So if you have a question, raise your hand and somebody will get a mic to you. Tell us who you are and then ask your question. Also, if it's directed at one particular panelist, then please highlight that.
Hi, my name is Gayatri Ramanathan. I used to work with Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. And very recently, I moved to a for-profit, which is the opposite of what you all have been talking about. I just wanted to say that there are a couple of camps that you haven't yet mentioned, at least. One relates to age. The other relates to people who are kind of, you know, what you spoke about, Ingrid, who don't have family responsibilities, but who are willing to come back to the sector. I find those doors are closed to a pretty large extent. So those are two camps you need to look at. Thank you.
Make a comment? Yeah, I'm Sudhir from working with Pradhan for 5 years now. So just an observation, and this one was specifically to the point that Aditya raised. And my submission was that alignment with vision and compensation don't have to be either or. I think the fact that you align with somebody's vision doesn't mean you should be paid less. And why I'm saying this, because I come from the corporate sector and I've seen some of our people in the organization and the other people that they work in field with are doing some tremendous and very complex work. And I'm sure Ravi will agree that working in the development sector is tougher than selling even financial products and a lot of other IT products. So these guys are doing hell of a good job. I think they are struggling a lot of things on their personal front. I strongly believe that they should be compensated better. And a lot of people also say, that, you know, khali pet charity nahi hoti. So I think the fact if they are looked after better, I think they will do a better job. And clearly, as Ingrid was mentioning, otherwise we get only people from a certain section. Because if we want more people to come in, I think we need to respect them. I know it needs to be beyond just money, but I think as various life stages people mentioned, it is important. They need to be looked after. They need to, as Rahul mentioned, have greater visibility of the work that they do. It's very important. We need to be proud of it. We need to be, again, investing in that to ensure that there is more visibility for their work. But I think they definitely need to be paid better and looked after better. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Sudhir.
Thank you, sir. I'll just make one point. Again, thanks to Aditya, I'll continue the provocative stand as well. Because I think where we come from, we're not like, sir, we don't want higher compensation is not the point which we are coming from. How we look at it is mostly like the purse has to become more, like even if it becomes more, there are more smaller organizations which require these funds more than increasing that delta of an organization, which I started off by saying top 10, top 20% organization. So it's going to be like much long before we even come and play that compensation battle. And we come from that point of view. I think Aditya also agrees and Rahul also agrees. One more can of worms, which we observed happening in the last 10 years. What is the difference between the game of cricket and game of horse racing? In the game of cricket, the players are paid more than the spectators. And in the game of sport of horse racing, like the spectators are paid more than the people who are actually doing the work. And this is something which we feel is happening in the last 10, 15 years. If I have to put a language around this peripheralization of development sector, like people in monitoring and evaluation, people writing reports, people being the intermediary between a funder and an NGO, getting paid more than the set of people who are actually doing the work. And this is like really hitting hard on people on ground, and that's not coming out clearly in exercises like these. And these are like real issues which is happening. And it also starts from, to some extent, with, again, trying to be provocative. Please don't, I'm sorry if I'm hurting people, but then Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore is privileged / elitist. And then as you go down grassroots, it came out again, rural paid lesser, right? Like, so how are they even going to come out? Like the inequality in some sense, which we talk about, is also getting perpetuated in our sector itself, right? Like, so this is something which we need to really address, because the purse is limited. But then what we are seeing in recent years is a bigger pie of the purse is going to, if I can call it, peripheral activities than core activities. So that's actually, in some sense, within the sector, increasing the divide. And without changing the absolute purse, we still can control this, because otherwise, like, we are going to have another level of, like, we have to believe that in the last 8 years, the country has moved away from Lutyens Delhi. We are right there. But then are we doing an equivalent of that in social sector is something which we need to ask ourselves, right? Like, and just to increase or extend the provocative stand, Ashoka University's placement brochure has median corporate salary range as a factor, right? Like, that's the number which is printed there, and which means, like, they don't want to count social sector it's not even worth printing out there in the placement brochure. So it's starting from there, right? Like, a non-profit cannot work beyond a point on culture. Like, we can look at what mission onwards is something which we can control. How do we control the expectations of the talent coming into this space? It needs to happen at one step before that, which means it should be the ecosystem, educational, academic institution, content out there. But then we are getting kids who are wanting to change policy in 3 months, 6 months. And after 6 months, they get disillusioned because they're not able to change the world in 6 months, right? Like, so we really struggle with issues like those. Now, this cannot be addressed by organizations ourselves. Like, this kid is here, like, 1 week into the system, but then existential things will kick in at some point. We know we are happy to let people go when their priorities change in life and stuff like that. But then these are real issues which we need to address head on. Otherwise, like, we are going nowhere. We will have conferences, lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, Mani. So I'm not going to try and summarize everything we heard today. Sure. Is it an actual question? Okay. No.
Subtle hint.
Hi everyone,
Not so
I'm
subtle.
Lariba, and I have recently joined ISDM. And my question is to Rahul sir itself, that how far do you think media is responsible in that persona building of an SPO and a corporate organization? And how you think it redirects talent into two different domains? And youngsters like me, like I joined ISDM because again it's working in the social space, and that the image which comes along with it, and I'm myself working in the education sector, so the image that comes along with it, is it really a factor for youngsters to divert, or is it just the compensation with it?
No, it could be. I won't deny that media plays an important role, and I think for any organization which is trying to display what they are doing, it's important that you are there where the consumers of that information are. We can't be sitting in a parallel world and expect people on the other side to just research. I think there is an ongoing debate, right? How people want quick dissemination of information. The younger population will not. There's a terminology in recruitment, right? पहले जब recruitment होता था, yellow pages से होता था. आज LinkedIn पे हो जाता है. So easy, right? To find talent. So as an organization, it's very important that I'm there, and it's even more important because of the negativity that exists regarding social sector for whatever reason, right? Which is not correct, right? I have been in the sector for almost a decade now. I think it's important that organizations come together and talk more about what is the kind of impact this sector is creating. Something I used to talk to family members during COVID, etc., that state government से ज़्यादा free खाना NGOs ने दिया था. But people, especially in my family groups, etc., will not even know. Whose fault is that? I think that's the first important question, right? You need to tell people that this is what I've been doing, not just to donors. it has to be told to everyone. And in some cases, I'm telling you, employees of organizations don't know what their organization has done. I can bet if I can just pick up one person in this room and say, tell me exactly what your organization's impact was in the last calendar year, they may not be knowing. So it's high time that we use different spaces, different institutional spaces to talk more about what we are doing.
Thank you, Rahul. Joffen, I'm sorry, I'm not going to take your question. I'm just going to say that, as I said, I can't summarize it. I'm going to tell you what I'm taking away. I'm taking away that on this continuum between commitment and compensation, there are many levers, and that we need to think about deploying all the levers, many of which were listed here, rather than focusing on the either or of compensation and commitment. The second one, for me at least, is who all are we leaving out? Who all are we leaving out when we do the research? Who all are we leaving out when we design our compensation policies? Who all are we leaving out when we even consider the boundaries of our organizations? The third one for me is this whole question of, which is the pet peeve for me, which is how are we conflating professionalism with corporatization and the influence of capital as Aditya described it? And where are we, can we create the space where we can have those conversations more meaningfully, particularly with donors, but not restricted to donors? And fourth, I think there's a lot of room for creativity that we're not exploiting when it comes to talent management practices. Whether I don't think posting on LinkedIn is particularly creative, but the forms of our communication, where we are, even looking at flexible arrangements of different kinds. I mean, do I actually, this idea of a fractional CXO, for example, that I only get 20% of your time and 80% of your time you do stuff that is for profit, which allows you to be at 100 instead of 40, but I get the 40 that I need in return, and multiple other creative models. But most of all, I think what's coming through really strongly is the need for us as a sector to take better control of our narrative about who we are, why we do what we do, why it's worth working for us, what we offer not just to society out there, but to the people that work with us as well. So finally, thank you, Rahul, Aditya, Gayatri, Rajesh. It's been fantastic as usual, as I expected.
Thank you. I am an Arsenal fan.
Yes, I invite upon stage Anshu Gupta, Neha Parthi, Ruchi Chalu, and Vivek Sharma on stage, please.
Hello. Thank you. We'll just take a minute maybe for Ruchi to join. Okay. While we wait for Ruchi to join, I guess, well, we'll just start off. Good afternoon, everyone. The previous discussion was a pretty heated discussion, and it has touched upon and paved the way for some of the topics that we will delve into a little deeper in the discussion today now. Let me introduce the panel here that we have with us today to specifically discuss learnings on talent practices in the social sector and motivation theories. So very quick introduction. We have Anshu, who's the co-founder of Gunj. We have Neha, who is the director of schools at Quest Alliance. Vivek, who is with Gandhi Fellowship at the Kaivalya Education Foundation. And Ruchi, who will be joining later. She's the head of HR and IT at Industry Crafts Foundation. Should we just wait for her? Should we just start? Let's start. Yeah, okay. So starting with a question, which is, overall for all of us to kind of looking into, talent management in the way we were looking at in the report is broadly in 5 stages. We look at recruitment, then we look at integration, we look at L&D, performance appraisal, and then succession. A large part of it is retention, which is, pretty much the middle 3 stages. In the panel before this, there was a lot of discussion on the attraction part of it, the compensation. So I want to just focus it a little bit more on retention for us. What are some of the strategies that you have seen or used in your organizations, particularly focused on retention? Any innovative best practices? And particularly as you think of the growth of your organization, as the maturity of your organization, how have those practices changed? Open to anyone?
So Trisha, we are now, I think we are about 1,500 people as an organization now, pan-India level. And I think some of the things we have done is that a very basic theory that people need to be paid well. Okay, we will come on that because payment is not the only thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
But also, just a friend reminded me of one of the incident which I must have shared with him, that how years back I went to for a session in a software company, and we spoke about all this barter system and all what we do in Gunj, right? And after all these, standing ovation and all, the guy actually asked me that, Anshu, आप लोग तो ये सब barter करते हैं and all that kind of thing. तो आपका जो team है, are they paid in clothes or? Right. And this, I think all of us must have faced all these useless questions. So my answer to him was कि भाई तुम पूरे साल, you make software. By the end of the month, you're paid in software or what? And I think so. What few things which we did is that there was a time when people were only getting 80 rupees a day, as minimum wages or whatever. But now, the way we grew, we shared it with people. Second, most important is the recognition part, because you grow with time. So if you go to the villages of India today, people only know the people who work there, my team, not me there, or not the so-called senior leadership. because that is the senior leadership there. So that recognition. And there was a time when, a lot of people who joined Gunj, I think we didn't take people from the sector that way. In our organization, people came from all across, all over, and a lot of people had not even done, say, any study or anything on laptop that time. They didn't know how to draft a mail. And there was a time when we used to draft the mail in their mailbox, but it was going in their name. So we were correcting in the draft and it was going in their name, right? And that's how the confidence started happening, the recognition started happening. And this looks very small, right? It looks a very small step, but we know how it paid well and how it boosted the confidence of people. And then a lot of conversations. Many times, I think what is happening with so many other organizations, what I see, and we are conscious that it should not happen with Gunj and whatever we're doing, is that the way we grow, we are largely cut off from the larger team. We have our own circles, we are spending time there. We're not spending time. We're the other person who was saying here, he's actually right, that many times even the organization does not know, large number of people do not know what is happening. But at our place, even the person who is doing a sorting and packing, once in 2 months, once in 3 months, we will have a full day or half day or 2 hours meeting. We will just put up a projector. We will show all the pictures of a disaster, all the work which has happened, so that you do not take yourself as a labor, but you take yourself as a giver, you take yourself as a contributor. That's how we have been able to retain. I mean, there are enough people who are here for last 10 years, 15 years. I mean, when we started recruiting, because pehle 3-4 saal to number ke hote hain. We don't know who kahan jaate hain. We've been able to retain those people.
Thanks, Anshul. You're talking about something that we do want to pick up a little later, your mission alignment, right? And how do you make sure that everyone's aligned to the mission? Neha, anything with Quest Alliance that you can bring?
I think a lot to just add to what Anshu has already said. I think for us, as we've grown, our people practices have also evolved, because when you're like a 5-member team versus, I mean, we're not 1,000 yet, but we are still at 300, one has to kind of keep evolving those people practices as well. So some of the things that we've arrived at now, a lot of our people philosophy is focused around vibe, as we have defined it. It's well-being, inclusion, belonging, and equity. I think we're doing well with the belonging and the well-being part of it. And for this response, I'll focus on creating the belonging part. I feel like some of the things which have worked well for us in terms of retention is definitely to create a sense of belonging towards the organization. And for that to happen, the organization has to invest in creating experiences. So one of the examples which Anshu gave was to do that 2-hour, meeting where you're showing them how their work is contributing to the bigger picture. But some of the things that we do, and I think those are choices that organizations have to make, especially when you're growing, is the annual staff meet. I think that's very, very important for us, that everybody who's part of the organization kind of comes together and sees that they are part of a bigger whole. And then one has to create experiences even within that, which kind of reinforce that with certain tangible outputs. So that I feel is very, very important. And that also becomes a forum to celebrate people, to recognize people, to get people to share their stories as well, and kind of position them as role models. So that they also get to know each other beyond the work that they are doing. And there are so many stories of struggles that we have within our organizations, which people have overcome. So how do we create space for that also to come in? I think the second point, which again, we have realized is that as people spend more time in the organization, they are also like looking for their own growth, which is beyond just position in terms of growing in hierarchy. But I think what they're also looking out for are more challenges. They're also looking out to put themselves in a stretch zone. So how do we also create those multiple identities for people where they feel, one, that they are contributing to building the organization as well. And at the same time, they are maybe becoming a domain expert in something. Maybe they are becoming a people mentor as well. So I think how are we creating those multiple identities also becomes important. And some of the things that we've started kind of doing are these skill shacks, where every month, one Friday, we have a certain topic. So it could be just things like documentation, the peripheral, which are becoming more important. But get like the people, like people from within the team who are doing a good job at it. Maybe it's not their core role, but they're really good at it, to come and share their own good practices about it as well. So that's something that we are looking to do. We have people where we have a group whom we call the hackers. They're actually hacking the future of the organization. So they're coming together to decide that what are the issues that the organization needs to kind of focus on as we are talking about the future. And I think the third thing is that we really need to enable people to kind of co-create this organization culture as well. So it can't just be the founders. I think what was being said, that the founder is like pseudo people, pseudo tech, pseudo data, all of that. So how are we kind of developing that at multiple levels? And it's not a skill that comes easily, to kind of, people management, people development, growth of people, to realize that you will only grow when people with you are growing in your team. And how are you creating those pathways more consciously? So from a capacity building point of view, an L&D point of view, how are we also focusing on people development as a core part of it kind of becomes important. And I think the last thing that we've kind of attempting to do is to make the growth pathways more visible. Again, not just the vertical ones, but also the horizontal ones. So can an admin person enter a program stream if they are really, really motivated and interested in doing that? And then what is the pathway towards that? And how does that feed into how they are doing their goal setting for the year as well? So those are some of the things that we've been kind of working on as well.
Thanks, Neha. Wanted to pick up on the vibe bit of it. I'll come back to that. Ruchi?
Okay, so even for us, I think in the last year and a half or so, thanks to COVID, a lot of focus for most organizations, including ours, has been on wellness. And what is it that we are doing to ensure that our teams are not just taken care of in terms of social security, but also mental wellness. What are we doing to enable them and facilitate, if not educate, on all aspects of mental health. And to that end, I think we've managed to do a fair amount of work. We introduced something called Dial Down Wednesday, which we said would be a day when people do not have meetings. Of course, they'll continue to do their work, but let's just cut back on the meetings, and through that, people get a breather. We also felt that, sports and physical activities, recreational activities are very, very essential for mental health, and, you cannot de-link the two. So we brought in certain amount of activities into the organization, very basic stuff, actually, having a TT table, badminton, just getting a net. So these are very cost-effective measures as against some corporates that go for gym membership and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is that even innovating there in terms of bringing simple things which can help people in just sort of cutting off from work as and when needed. Fun Fridays is a concept we've done, and we make sure that all the teams across locations sort of join in virtually, and we have some kind of fun activities. So those are virtual events, and apart from that, some amount of pulse checks in form of polls and surveys, which are of course anonymous, to give the HR team more informed inputs, and we then sort of make our policies and processes around that. So that's also something that's worked for us. And we have experimented with hybrid work model. We have 3 days of work in office, and 2 days you can work remotely. It's something which we feel has worked for us. I'm not sure how effective it may be for other organizations, because it also depends on the maturity of the organization, managerial competencies, so on and so forth. So, but it's working, so far it's working well for us. The other thing that I think she also spoke about, and even I would talk about, is how do we make sure that there is a sense of belonging and it's constantly reinforced. While our ESAT engagement surveys has sort of demonstrated that our employees are well engaged, and the alignment to purpose is one of the positive indicators. It's very important for us to make sure that continues. So for that, we have been doing town halls, which are monthly town halls, and it also helps in breaking the silos. I think some of the panelists earlier talked about how there are silos and people need to work more closely, and there needs to be higher level of collaboration. So that's one thing that we are doing, and this is to ensure that our ground teams get insights into what's happening in the corporate office and vice versa. It's also giving an opportunity and platform to all the employees to sort of have a direct conversation with the leaders and bring in their thoughts, bring in their perspectives, etc. Quarterly newsletters is the other thing that we are doing now, which is again to make sure that people are constantly informed of what's happening in the organization. And of course, employee engagement. So activities month on month, simple thing like monthly cake cutting celebration. And I must point out over here that we've not only are we doing this for our professional staff, we are also doing this for our end beneficiaries. And it's such a wonderful sight when you see all of those women producers sort of come together and do the cake cutting. It's really something to look forward to every month.
Thanks, Ruchi.
Yeah,
I'm seeing some shades of the learnings from the corporate world, I think, coming in here as well, but I'd like to delve into that again a little deeper. Vivek?
So my worldview comes from the Gandhi Fellowship Program. How do you pick, So I think the trick lies in pickings, the strawberry pickings. How do you identify beautiful, people? I think that's one of the key things that has worked very well for us. Cavalier is often accused of having a very long cycle of recruitment. When you end up meeting, tens of people, talking to tens of people may take tens of weeks. But really, we have a long dating cycle. So we get to know, you get to know, she gets to know, the manager gets to know. So getting it right, I think there's a lot of, although there are people like me who have a tendency of, chalo aa jao, dekh lenge. But I think I've always been held back from that. So clearly, strawberry pickings of people who are genuinely looking at doing well, doing good as against doing well.
Yeah.
So, I think that is a binary. So at the start, that here is a person, whether a young person or even mid-careers, crossovers, a choice has been made that I want to build a career or a next 2 years, 5 years of my career as a role in doing good. So I think that decision, so wherever we see that there is a kind of a decision not made, it's a kind of a red herring for us. So take time to recruit, but really, what does it take for you to succeed? I think it's an organizational responsibility in the social change industry for the individual to succeed. The individual cannot fundamentally succeed in an impact career because of the nature of things being what they are. Life is not easy. It's a process of rigor. It's a, fundamentally, algorithmically, I'm saying it's minimum 10 years, nothing less. Any social change process. So being, taught to us, not trying to sprint and, get your blood pressures and, your pulses to, go beyond control. So how do you then, therefore, as an organization, create a handshake with this individual to build an impact career? So which means that over 10 years, what are the nature of things that she will do? Now, obviously, those 10 years, if she decides to stay in our organization, then it becomes our responsibility. As, Neha said, that why can't an admin do program? But I'm saying even that is a kind of a, it can be even, starker than that.
depending on somebody betting on you and you committing to learnings and therefore, creating a body of work and therefore creating impact. So that commitment, somebody should buy you. I mean, it's a kind of a classic, people's stock exchange. Who's going to punt on you? So clearly, one of the first things that we did, back then, was creating what we called a new millionaires program from among the Gandhi fellows. And we said that millionaires of the 21st century will not be people who earn $1 million, but millionaires will be those who touch 1 million lives and may or may not in the process make their millions if they choose to. So now the making of this millionaire, it clearly means that she needs to be given a job where she will succeed. And I'm not saying giving her low goals. I'm saying hockey stick goals, but helping her succeed. So that's one. What does she need to learn to be able to succeed? What's the tribe that she belongs to? What are the opportunities, whether it is learning and development, whether it is, access to personal projects where I am the leader or collective projects where I'm a follower. But how do I simulate different natures of experiences where I am able to express different nature of behaviors and then probably hard code that in my actions and personality? So how do you create this rainbow of roles for her to succeed? I think that is the key. And we fundamentally believe that, while the market is quite buzz with, social entrepreneurs, I don't believe in social entrepreneurs at all. I mean, I believe in intrapreneurs. I believe that for every crore, you need an entrepreneur. Or for every crore of social investment, you need an entrepreneur. So, which means that any organization, 10 crore se 100 crore ka, I mean, today there are 30 people, 35 people at my peers level who are all running their own businesses. Well, I mean, we won't call them businesses, but they're running pretty much their own programs. Now, the issue is, as a leader of the organization, will I give her the autonomy? Because she brings her, values. Of course, there's a values match at the organization, but she brings her own experiences, which are different from Neha's and which are different from Anshu's. So will I breathe down her neck? Or will I allow for her nature of evolution to take place and that to kind of, simulate across the organization, rather the organizational culture being kind of superimposed on her, individuals. So those are the nature of things that we've experimented with.
Got it.
And I wouldn't say, I mean, jury is out. I wouldn't say we've succeeded at all.
Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead, Anshu.
So I think इसलिए ऐड कर रहा हूँ because हम बहुत उल्टे हैं इस मामले में. Our interview often doesn't even go beyond 10 minutes. Okay. Many times, to be honest, when we added layers of interviews, we started failing of late. And the one which we were picking up on gut feel, those are still there. We ask people to send references. We want brothers and sisters and husbands and wives and the closest possible friends. Fine. And these have been the most successful experiment at Gunj. Because one thing which we worked on is that if you have a very strong value system, if you create that sense of belonging and love for that work and organization, a brother will not take risks on his life or his career by referring a brother who is not worth this place or sister worth this place.
Yeah.
So that's something which really worked very well with us and we want to continue with that.
Yeah.
So we are not, so one thing which I have been telling everyone, मैं अपनी टीम में भी ये बोलता हूँ कि यार मुझे एक ईमानदार इंसान दे दो, काम हम सिखा लेंगे, ईमानदारी नहीं सिखा सकते, because ईमानदारी is something which is your ecosystem, that belongs to your parents, your ecosystem, but work, none of us knew. So many engineers in our family of Moon who are doing absolutely amazing job. और हमारे यहाँ कोई formal training नहीं होती, मतलब we don't ask them to sit for 7 days and do that. सबसे पहले जो भी आएगा वो एक दिन sorting वाले के साथ बैठेगा, एक दिन packing वाले के साथ, because those are the roots of our work, right? ठीक है, this is hardcore rural implementation work. A lot of people don't even know what we do, but it's a very hardcore work. It's more than 100 crore say money, more than few hundred crore worth of material. But you have to go to that route. Even if you are here as joining an account say team, you will You will be spending time in collection camps in the cities. You will be taking visits for the people when they come to your centers. You will be sent to, say, Bihar or Madhya Pradesh or something to see the implementation of that work. So that when the bill comes, you don't ask those silly questions ki ye keel kyun kharidi. You understand, that thing. I mean, that's how this is.
It's interesting because, both of you are talking about something very similar, but you're just doing it in very different ways. You're looking at mission alignment, but soft skills, but looking at it in different ways. So some of the themes that are coming up, belongingness, mission alignment, mental wellness, vibe, skill development, L&D, personal passion, autonomy, right? They seem to be very similar. Anshu, I wanted to specifically ask you, urban versus rural. So what we are talking about is kind of a, overall understanding of these practices, but urban versus rural talent. Do you see any difference in what works and what doesn't work, or what have been innovative practices?
My very crude statement is that rural talent is extremely exploited by the development sector. Period. There's huge amount of talent there. I was in Baswada for about 8 days, in the villages. Just came today afternoon. And there are people from very reputed organizations who have tons of money, right? But the people for 25 days of field work in the toughest possible weather and scenario are paid 8,000 rupees, 9,000 rupees. Petrol rate is same for them, right? Food rate is also in many cases is same for them. Clothing is same for them. Everything is same for them. They cannot dare to even take their kids to the private schools, even in the places where the government schools are completely defunct. Right? So I think we have huge amount of talent in rural India, because rural India, ultimately makes city India in any case. They are the makers. But we are not taking care of them. We think that they can live in the inhuman, subhuman conditions. For sure. We are not taking care of the basic things which we need to do with them. Number one. Right? Otherwise, the fact remains that rural talent will stay with you for much longer because they belong to that place. They're not displaced. In the cities, people are displaced. And in these 2 years, we have seen that how people have gone back to Dehradun, to Indore, to whatever, from Gurgaon and Delhi. Because the sense of belonging, to be honest, is something different. You were working here. So rural India, if we take care of basics, you can retain them very well. And then the people who have bigger dreams, bigger aspirations can come to these places, which we have done in our case. A lot of people have really grown in that way. Urban, things are changing for sure. And I would say compensation is just one part of it. It is an important part. People need to be paid well, but people don't leave organization just because of compensation. The common saying that people join organization and leave the organization because of a boss. I think in the last couple of years, couple of cases have happened in Gunj also because of me. I know that. And but we don't agree with these things, but I 100% know. The other important thing what we did is rural, urban, both. A lot of people wanted to experiment, right? And we said, you go. Then they tried, they failed, they wanted to come back. There was huge resistance in the organization that, how can we take people back? And my philosophy out there is कि यार एक बड़ी नदी बनो और उसमें से धाराएं निकलने दो. Some dhara will become river. Some dhara will come back with a lot of experience. And to be honest, we have a lot of people who have come back. But now they're much more experienced. They've tried. बिरयानी शॉप चलाने तक की जो उनका ड्रीम था उन्होंने चलाया, फिर कोविड आ गया, बंद हो गई. But they are very talented people.
Can I just add to that? Yeah. In fact, it's good for the organization if there are boomerangs.
Because they've then gone to other organizations, and thank you, gone to other organizations, picked up some good practices and fresh perspectives, and they've brought it back. And we've also had some cases like that, and we've benefited as an organization from those boomerangs.
Picked up some bad practices also.
So, yeah. I'm wondering, anything to the urban rural?
I just wanted to add to that. I think I completely agree with what Anshu has said, that those are the people who are kind of the most driven because they've also had personal experiences which they're wanting to change for their communities. But I feel like along with the L&D practices, maybe there are more internal policies and practices which need to make their everyday lives better, right? Like travel claims. Why should they follow the same when they're traveling every day versus say someone like me who's traveling and filing for a reimbursement? So what does those policies look like for
Interesting, yeah.
them? I think like those are things which at an organizational level we need to think about. And most of the times we don't kind of have space for that because of compliance issues. You can't have that flexibility in how the policy is being applied for one person and the other person because it'll become hard to justify. Right? कि आपके voucher के bill नहीं आए, अब वो गए टेम्पो से एकदम 200 किलोमीटर चलकर स्कूल कवर करने, नहीं मिला bill.
Yeah.
So I think like how do we change some of those practices at a compliance, at a governance level to make life better for the staff at the rural level is important to think about, which might not get covered in the L&D and all of that because that applies to everybody as a whole. So
rural people are most insecure people, you know, because they are not in regular touch with the with your offices. So like when the COVID happened, large number of people must be thinking that the job is gone because everything is stopped.
Right.
So how do you make sure that that they're there, that you're there, because because they have no options. In the cities you still have options.
Right.
In the villages, if they have taken up those places, they don't have options.
So listening to you, I want to ask, do you consciously follow different practices for urban talent versus rural talent? One. And second is to the point, Anshu, you're making, which is very interesting. I'm thinking is there a possibility that it's easier to retain rural talent? And therefore there is less effort which is made towards retention of that talent.
That is why I use the word exploitation. Exploitation, the basic definition is that when you know
that they are going to
that the person will not go, that's why you don't pay them. In the city, you know them. You know that people will have option, people will go.
Do you find that in any of your organizations?
So we are very clear that urbans are people like us are going to come and go. And ultimately, if there are 700 districts to be transformed, how many of us have spent more than a year, 2 years, 3 years in a district? As part of our social careers, we, hopscotch into the districts, we go, come back. But really, we are citizens of, the urban, planet. So how do you create those people who will actually be invested in the transformation of those 700 districts? So fundamentally, you have to, again, as I said, strawberry picking. You have to have a strawberry picking process for what I call the 3 types in social sector. One is the urban school and urban college, the Stephenian Delhi University types that get into this sector, LSR women and so on and so forth. Pardon me for not, I won't be able to reel out all the list of colleges, but, a typology, so to say. So urban schooling went to the DPS, modern school or heritage school or wherever and ended up in a good college. So that's one type. The second type, which is very interesting, is went to a small town school but ended up in a big town college. So this is a kid who may have been raised in Darbhanga or, Dhanbad, scored her 90% and ended up in a Christ or a presidency or in a DU or a blah, blah, blah. And the third type is the rural school and rural college kid. Now, the issue is that all these 3 types need very different kinds of treatments. Now, typically, if you look at it, the rural kid, rural school, rural college kid has had no exposure. She doesn't know, political theories, unlike the, DU kid who's written papers, who's been attached to professors who were doing research and has been kind of engaging in, coffee house debates on political economy. Now, this kid is completely wrong. So when we create a cohort of the 3 types, and the second type, which is rural urban, is very classic मेरे जैसा, अंग्रेजी बोलना सीख गया हूँ, समझ आती है, बोलना नहीं आता, I'm not confident talking to women, I'm kind of unformed, I'm kind of, I'm also angry because ye, urban wale, they are, catching all the attention. So how do you create an ecosystem for the 3 to coexist?
Right.
And I think that is a design That is a people design that you need to create, because urban walas are going to be self-seekers. They are going to go off. They are going to go Videsh bhi jayenge, sab kuch karenge apni masti ke liye. This is classic millennials. है ना? Self-obsessed more than anything else. Apologies. Well, I mean, I worked with them for 20 years, so I have, I mean, minor judgments are allowed, no?
Sorry.
So just the point is, therefore, the rural to be the constants, what I call territory killers. They will be in a territory. मैं अपने दरभंगा में बैठूंगा, and I will become the social change agent in the next 10 years for the transformation of Darbhanga. I am not interested in going to Patna also, leave Delhi, and definitely not Calcutta and Aizawl or anywhere else. So very focused on the territory, therefore building strong territorial networks, panchayat networks, political networks, SHG networks. I'm invested in that space. So I think creating, I mean, that typology to be given the space under the sun and to be trained as a long-term resource for transforming territories and communities. I think investing in those is the key to
Right. So Neha, you were saying that there were some different practices that and Anshu, you were also talking about the fact that there is exploitation. So what are the different practices that you are already following?
I mean, one, it just begins with the whole hiring process as well, right? Like when we are talking about hiring for people in rural areas, you can't expect them to be coming on LinkedIn. So from that point of view, how are we thinking differently about how are we even mobilizing these people, identifying what is your interview process looking like? Because most of the times we say that English is like a mandatory requirement. So what are we doing about, and that's where the inclusion part also comes in, right? Like how do you make them then a part of your overall organization culture, where their culture also is shaping what's happening within the organization? So from that point of view, I think the travel piece is something that I spoke about in terms of, and that needs to then define what's happening at an org level, rather than saying that there are different practices for different kinds of roles. What's your benchmark within the organization, and whom are you designing for in terms of making life easier? And who's that person whom you're thinking about when you're doing that? I think similarly, like and a lot of, for us, like a lot of the people at the rural level are also women. So when it comes to safety, when it comes to working women, working mothers, what kind of provisions do you provide, which then becomes the organization level benchmark and these are conversations that we've had like over a period of time as we've grown. And we've also had people come up with that these are the kind of issues that I'm facing. And it becomes important, therefore, to have those listening spaces within the organization as well. That are you even realizing what their everyday experience is looking like, rather than your leadership team kind of sitting in one room and designing policies that are happening. So those are some of the things.
First, my reaction on Vivek's point. I mean, Vivek has much bigger experience because he's dealt with thousands of people, but those urban are also pretty good. And they
absolutely.
And shout out to the Stepanians.
And they are also, many of them,
overheads.
Not everyone is coming for some brownie point in CVs. I mean, we have many of those. Because personally I work with a lot of youngsters, myself also, were trying. They also have certain kind of kidas, in their life. They also want to do something. They're also sick and tired of that rich kind of things and meaningless life in certain cases, or meaningful, whatever. But they are also committed and in a big number. And I see a huge amount of hope in those people.
Yeah, we heard one of them today, Jonathan somewhere, who was talking about his privilege and therefore coming into this.
Yeah. And the second part about rural. Recently, so what we do, we bring people from all across and so that they understand each other. So there is this 3 women came from Bombay to Delhi first time. And the family called one of the lady to ask, "Wahan abhi din ho raha hai ki raat?" Please understand that. Right? if you go to some village of Baswada, I'm saying Baswada because I'm just coming from there. They have not seen Baswada, which is just 20 kilometers away. तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि हम पूरी इंडिया में रूरल एक कर दिया, अर्बन एक कर दिया. Rural is also completely different. Urban still has a lot of similarity, right? But rural is completely different. That way.
Right.
तो अभी तो हम उन्हीं को यूनिट नहीं कर पाए हैं, हम उनको नहीं जोड़ पाए हैं एक तरीके से. They don't understand कि वो अपने कोकून में है. If they are in Bihar, उनको लगता है गरीबी यही है, प्रॉब्लम यही है, फ्लड यही आती है. They don't understand कि बाजू में भी सेम चीज है. Right? So I think the most important part to retain those people and also to nurture those people. They will, like the third category what Vivek defined, they are very happy in working in their own territories. They're also well respected there. But do we want them to remain there only, or we want to give them a larger exposure of life? So that's how in our case, they become part of a lot of working groups, especially, I mean, we can curse Zoom as much as possible, but that has also opened up certain possibilities. We also make sure that they travel, like every year when we do Chopal. So in that annual event, we make sure that people go to a different place, one team, some 10, 12 of them, go and organize a Chopal with the other team. Say in Hyderabad, suppose the event is happening. So the Chhattisgarh team will go there and organize with them so that they get an exposure of a larger world. I think the only thing which is lacking is exposure, to be honest. Nothing else. People are hugely talented.
Got it.
It's just exposure.
Yeah. Actually, segues really well into something that Neha had brought up earlier, which was on well-being, but inclusion being a part of the whole vibe thing, and what you're talking about as well, which is just being aware that there is this group of people who have very different set of lived realities and experiences. So Neha, how is it that, Quest Alliance is really looking at vibe, and how you bringing in those practices into talent management? And particularly, I think the challenge with it is, how do you ensure that it stays through the different levels in the organization?
I think it's always a work in progress for us. And I'll just give an example. I think 5 years down the line, when we were looking at our people indicators, and I feel like that's an important part as organizations, how much time are we spending at looking at people indicators in terms of, where are we with the diversity metrics? Where are we with the inclusion metrics? Who is growing into what positions? Are we mapping that back to, their socio-cultural profile as well? So that's something that we've started doing. And 5 years back when we had started, we were looking at gender. That's what we had started with. We weren't even 50-50 when it came to hiring women. So that's something that we started kind of working towards, where we said that the first milestone that we want to reach is to just make sure that when it comes to gender, it is 50-50. And just last year, when we did that audit again, an interesting thing that came up, that we've done very well when it came to, we are now beyond that in terms of there are more women in the organization. There are women at the leadership level as well. But when it comes to the middle management, women have not grown. They have entered the organization. They've been at the leadership level as well. But somewhere in the middle, something is not working for them. Right? And why is that happening? Why is it that they are not getting promoted as often as maybe the other men have been promoted? So I feel like these are some of the things in terms of the kind of audits that we are doing and what are we looking out for becomes important as an ongoing practice with an organization. Now we are also kind of talking about, social groups. Where are we with respect to our caste metrics as well? And there's no data that we have right now as an organization to talk about it. And we've had conversations that do you want people to disclose that data as well? But without that, we won't be able to make some of those decisions as well. So how do we create an environment where people feel comfortable enough also to disclose some of these things becomes important. And like I said, that we have the group of hackers who are, so how do we also bring these conversations to them? It's not just enough to do an audit, but to share the result back with the organization and see what are the reflections that we are having as a larger, and that means having difficult conversations. That means, like what Anshu said, ki meri wajah se chhod ke gaye, that means that questions will be raised to you as well, that what are you doing about it? Right? That you are an English speaking leadership team, and where are the non-English speakers in the leadership team right now? So I feel like being able to create a space for those difficult conversations also to happen then becomes important when we are talking about growth of people as well. So those are some of the things that we are kind of looking at. Just recently, we also had a conversation about just what does the definition of diversity mean, right? Like from gender, the conversation has moved way beyond. And are we equipped enough in terms of our understanding, in terms of our systems and processes to bring different kinds of people where they will feel like they belong here? And maybe we are not ready internally. So also looking within while we are talking about it outside becomes equally important as well.
Right. So is your definition of diversity, or is the expanding understanding of diversity, is it defined or is it dependent upon the communities that you're serving? Or, is it aligned to your mission? I mean, how do you look at it? Because in theory, it's never ending. No.
I think like that's for each organization to define for themselves. I think when you're thematically you align to it, maybe it becomes easier because then you know that this is something that I have to live within my own values when I'm talking about it with my constituency outside. But I think like for us, we work in the space of education and employability. It's young people across the board. So for us, I think it's a conscious decision that when we say diversity, what are the parameters we want to begin with? Gender was one of them to begin with. And right now we're kind of wanting to move towards expanding that definition as well. But again, it's evolving. And I would say that each, as per their context, would have to look at it in terms of what it means for them.
Many of us never thought about it, but to be honest, in the present era, you're also talking about different communities to become a part of it, because it's a completely different game which is happening now. So you have to make some conscious efforts for that.
I'm thinking even rural urban is a
Rural-urban is a
big,
big
yeah. Ruchi, Vivek.
Yes. So I think for us, at least for Industry Foundation, diversity and inclusion has been more from the perspective of having enough women across rank and file and across locations. Because we work on gender, we work with women producers, and therefore that's critical. We have, to a great extent, managed to have 50-50 ratio at the top level. Mid is still 60-40, 60 men and 40 women. Junior level needs some amount of working. But the other, that's one aspect. The other aspect is, broadening the definition of gender itself. And, if you look at externally, people are talking about the LGBTQ community as well. And do we then look at that aspect and sort of work towards that? That's one. And D&I also talks about people with special needs. So do we look in that direction? And if we do, then how do we build the organization in terms of the infrastructure itself, and then the capital flows for that, right? So I think the conversations are just starting in that sense, and it would be interesting to see if organizations sort of work actively to incorporate and integrate people from other segments, whether it's the caste structures or LGBTQ or people with special needs.
Thanks, Ruchi. Vivek, you.
I think most of it has been said. See, building a diverse leadership is a significant challenge, and I think the organizations at some point in their life cycles ought to become cognizant of it. For instance, working in education, we were sure that we didn't want women to hold softer roles. So I know 10 years ago, ops, we were sure that women will play a significant role in ops, just as the men did. And this was mostly rural ops. So I think, and then there are some cultural parts to it. I mean, we as a culture, we don't really, go out drinking in the evening, because we feel that some people who may not be able to go out drinking in the evening will have a disadvantage, and a lot of camaraderie and, business gets transacted after work. I mean, that's classic, corporate culture. We don't encourage that. So our point is कि यार दिन में क्या क्या कर सकते हो Or what are the types? So I love these, the first third batch, I remember I hired a Kamar, Rajput girl, but वो आई भी फेलोशिप में, लेकिन उसके भाई लोग उसको लेके चले गए. I'm talking of my rural type. We've made a lot of effort to get Muslim women into the fellowship. We've had some, LGBTQ community joining the fellowship. I mean, is that a reasonable proportionate number? No, but we don't have a bias. But I know that we were not equipped. We tried to get a blind person into the fellowship, but we were just not equipped. Now, I think that's work to be done. And frankly, I mean, I would put it out as a, publicly put it out as a failure. At some stage, this guy had to be sent back home to Bombay and all of those things. So I think there's serious challenges to, again, it's a design issue. How much are you invested to creating designs for, how would you stretch your design to meet that, 2 new people that show up and demand that extra. And classic, 10 years ago, हम लोग को गाली पड़ता होता था, यार तुम लोग अपने लूज को साफ क्यों नहीं रखते हो? Now this was a legacy that, I mean, Bindi is laughing. And we realized that now suddenly there are more women in this place and we need to kind of be cognizant of this, that there needs to be a dedicated loo and so on. So these are, now the issue is these are finite, we are all doing finite businesses. There's finite money. And therefore, we don't have the luxury of creating those extras. But I think being cognizant of the evolving design and I think putting some new principles every year is what helps all of us.
And as an organization being equipped to deliver on that was what you were saying.
Absolutely.
Vivek, I have one more question for you specifically, but again, want to get thoughts from everyone. This is coming back to a discussion that was picked up in the previous panel on soft skills versus technical skills, right? And saying that the sector is very vocal about the fact that we value soft skills, which you call leadership competencies, right? Social sensitivities, and that you've talked about the fact that they are integral for creating transformative social products. What is the impact of focusing on something like that in the sector? And then also I want to understand from a recruitment practice, and because both of you talked about 2 fairly different kinds of, on the face of it, recruitment practices, what kind of recruitment practice is required to be able to assess those soft skills and then to continue them or foster them through the organization or in the person's own journey?
So boss, soft skills is a completely incorrect expression. I think this is a market's expression. This was like, a good to have. I mean, this is like saying being good is incidental. If you are a good person, then it is nice to have. But no, I mean, I think it's not soft skills. I think markets kind of, work in binaries. Whereas I think our approaches are more holistic and wholesome, if I'm allowed to say that. See, what is the I mean, let's look at competency stacks. आप पिछले 1 millennia, 2 millennia में look at सिकंदर की क्या competencies रही होंगी और मार्टिन लूथर किंग की और महात्मा गांधी की और अंशु बैठा हुआ है हमारे साथ, इसकी क्या competencies? I mean, really, you will find a common stack. It's not a either or. बस जो टेक्निकल स्किल्स की आप बात कर रहे हो यार, वो ये तुम्हारे स्कूल्स काहे के लिए हैं? ये कॉलेज सिस्टम, यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम काहे के लिए है? It's meant to train you on trainable skills. What fundamentally you bring as your legacy, as your value system, which was a product of how you were fostered as a child, as you grew up as an adult, how did your community kind of, process you as a raw material, and that, which is the nurturance that you got in the first instance, and then the second level, third, fourth level nurturance is, I think fundamentally, are you saying markets don't need empathy? Are you saying, I mean, without empathy, you can listen Actively listen. If you can not actively listen, can you solve for the customer? What is the difference? They work for customer. I work for community. I mean, are these two different animals? The only difference between markets and us is that they work for shareholder value. I work for social profits. They work for financial profits. I work for social profits. उसके अलावा अब वो एम्पैथेटिक नहीं है, मार्केट्स एम्पैथेटिक नहीं है, तो उनकी प्रॉब्लम है ये. बट मेरे लिए वो सोशल स्किल्स का स्टैक कैसे होगा? It's a fundamental human need. It's a deficit that exists in the society, which is why we are where we are. So I'm saying empathy and compassion is a serious need of the society, definitely for the social sector. Teamwork. अरे बाबा तुम कॉलेज में मैं फर्स्ट आया, मेरे माँ बाप बहुत खुश हुए, पार्टी हुआ, विवेक फर्स्ट आया. अरे यार टीम फर्स्ट आया कहाँ हुआ मेरे साथ कॉलेज में? Except for sports, except for extracurriculars, I mean, where are the team? But do you think anything significant can be built without teams? Rigor. I mean, we all love the excellence of, Nadal who retires. Was it? No. Yeah. But really, I mean, what is that rigor that goes behind it? Where are the 10,000 hours? So how do you build the tortuous path of plodding through those 10,000 hours? Now, are you saying that ये markets में नहीं चाहिए होता, ये B schools को नहीं चाहिए होता, ये industry को नहीं चाहिए होता? So I don't believe that there is a binary. I think leadership competencies are very significantly the common stack of all humanity. Yes, we have kind of dilated it for our purpose. So we believe कि अच्छा आदमी है, अच्छा इंसान है, अच्छी बंदी है. So then I will work backwards towards training her for anything. And I think at least with young people, I found they are trainable on anything. Adults, yes. I mean, 40-year-olds के साथ थोड़ा सा problem हो जाता है. But young people can be trained to do anything. So the binary I have a problem with, and this is not social skills. I think these are leadership competencies for all types of needs in the society. And इसको कैसे लाना है, इसको कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करना है, बहुत सिंपल तरीका. I mean, people used to be shocked कि तुम्हारे मार्केटिंग में कितने लोग हैं. People talent selection में, take a guess, गांधी फेलोशिप talent selection में कितने लोग होंगे? Just take a number. हाँ? 10
लोग जो इंटरव्यू लेते हैं.
Multiple levels. The dating game.
Exactly. 50 people. I know exactly what is happening in presidency, philosophy society, literature society, photography society, tennis society. I know every teacher, every person who's exhibiting any signs of leadership. So I'm saying that if you are serious, I can be very saying, यार हाँ marketing करना है, लखनऊ जाएंगे और कुछ बच्चे पटना जाएंगे. when नीतीश कुमार की दूसरी इलेक्शन का जिस दिन रिजल्ट आया, उस दिन मैंने चीफ सेक्रेटरी को ऐसे ही मेल लिख दिया. मैंने कहा यार मैं गांधी फेलोशिप चलाता हूँ और वी आर क्रिएटिंग दिस ब्यूटीफुल टैलेंट. और साहब नीतीश कुमार इतना बढ़िया का फर्स्ट स्टिंट ऑफ नीतीश वाज वेरी वेरी फॉर मी, आई मीन एट लीस्ट एज ए स्टूडेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस, बहुत अच्छा स्टिंट था पॉलिटिकली. तो मैंने कहा मैं आपको ऐसे 50 नौजवान दे दूंगा तैयार करके. तो द चीफ सेक्रेटरी रोड बैक सेइंग कि यार आजा यार, तू कब आएगा, कल आएगा क्या? आई सेड मैं कल तो नहीं, मैं परसों आ सकता हूँ. यू नो व्हाट ही डिड, बिहार स्टाइल. उन्होंने कहा यार ये मेरे ना स्टैक ऑफ बिजनेस कार्ड्स हैं, कहीं भी चला जा and give my business card and the principal vice chancellor will just stand up on their head and listen to you. And by God, I got young people from all over Bihar. और मतलब मेरी फेवरेट एग्जांपल है वीर कंवर सिंह यूनिवर्सिटी है एक आरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बिहार. वो मतलब कितनी गॉड फॉरसेकन हो सकती है आप इमेजिन भी नहीं कर सकते, है ना. वहां से मेरा आलोक कुमार सिंह आया था. आज वो पुलक प्रसाद who was one of the first PE guys, I mean, much before Amit Chandra and हमारा दिल्ली वाला CSF वाला आशीष, he was the first generation of PE guys from India. आज वो उसका सोशल इन्वेस्टमेंट का पोर्टफोलियो पूरा संभालता है. तो मेरा ये कहना है कि ढूंढना पड़ेगा. और स्टीफन में जाके ढूंढना तो बहुत आसान है, LSR में जाके ढूंढना तो बहुत आसान है। एफर्ट मारना पड़ेगा हमें लखनऊ एंड बिलो जाने में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जाने में।
lot of homework, I think. Lot of homework. What Vivek
Yeah.
is also talking about. Lot of
Yeah.
homework that you need to understand that context कि वो कहाँ से आ रहा है, क्यों आ रहा है. Because आज one of the senior most person of Gunj, who not only the national leadership but also other work, I think just 5 minutes interview, and he came and ऐसे किसी से पता लगा होगा, छोटी सी हम टीम थे, बात हो रही है, तो मैंने कहा क्या करते हैं पेरेंट्स, क्या करते हैं, तो बोले फादर गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के टीचर है कहीं बक्सर में। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा तुम्हें उनका क्या सबसे ज्यादा पसंद आता है, एक ही सवाल। कहते थे वो सबसे स्कूल खुलने से पहले पहुंच जाते हैं, स्कूल बंद होने के कई घंटे बाद आते हैं। मैंने कहा भाई आ जा, खत्म। I mean, because we understand that context and how those systems work and you know what this kid is actually valuing.
Yeah.
What else do we need?
You got mission alignment there.
हाँ बस बाकी तो काम अपना हो जाएगा ना, बाकी तो भाई सभी लोग हम सीख रहे हैं, हम सब लोग नया नया तरीके से करने।
Okay,
और बहुत बार सीखे हुए लोग नहीं आते तो अच्छा होता है। तब थोड़ा आप अपना कुछ पंगे ले सकते हो, कुछ नया इनोवेट कर सकते हो, अदरवाइज उसमें चला जाता है।
I just wanted to add like a different perspective. I agree that, you know, the leadership competencies are definitely a non-negotiable, but I feel like the kind of environment which the social sector is experiencing right now, the need for technical skills is also becoming more and more complicated. For example, if you get a program manager, you expect that program manager to know finance, you expect that program manager to know people management, you want them to know project management as well. And the scope for error is kind of becoming lesser and lesser because of the environment we are in. So I can't afford to goof up on a financial this thing because it might have implications on whether the donor will, you know, renew my fund or not, or it can have implications on FCRA later, the renewals and everything which it is creating.
Right.
So I think it's a larger sectoral conversation in terms of what kind of, therefore, people development needs are also emerging as a result of it. And is that really where we want to go as a sector, right? Like, I don't want to be spending my time on thinking, "Arey, ye line item mein se 10% overspend ho gaya hai. So ab iska kya kare?" And you know, but that takes a lot of time for people these days.
Right.
So how do we match that as well? And what are the larger conversations that are needed from a people development point of view also becomes important.
Just to add to this, just adding over here. So I think the complexity of the job is what will determine the necessity to focus on technical expertise or domain expertise, right? So some of the functions you may be able to take that chance and say, okay, ठीक है, अभी उतना level of experience नहीं है, but it may be a low hanging fruit and therefore I can take that risk. But for, you know, functions like your projects and fundraising, M&E, I mean, these are very critical functions. So it will completely depend on what you're hiring for. Having said that, I would second Vivek on the fact that you have to focus on both. You know, it cannot be one or the other. And the nature of the business is also changing. You know, social sector itself is evolving now. So it has to be hand in hand. It cannot be one or the other.
Thanks, Ruchi. We are running out of time. So I'm just gonna request if there's any questions from the audience, maybe 2 questions if we have. Is that Jonathan? Okay. Yeah.
से टाइपोलॉजीज की बात तो कर ही रहे हैं और आपने भी काफी अच्छे 3 टाइप बोले। मैं टाइप 1 टाइप 2 के बीच का हूँ, थोड़ा बहुत हिंदी इंग्लिश सीखा था तो बाइबल से सीखा था, पर अभी तो थोड़ा फेमिनिज्म वगैरह कॉलेज में जाके सीख लिया, स्टीफेंस में जाके। पर देयर वाज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग, आई लाइक्ड हाउ यू पुट इट दैट यू नो वो इकोसिस्टम रहना चाहिए कि तीनों टाइप के लोग रहे। एंड माय क्लोजेस्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेशन ऑफ दिस इज रिजर्वेशन, व्हिच इज एट लीस्ट इन माय एक्सपीरियंस बिन वंडरफुल, क्योंकि वहां पे एक I had a very dear friend of mine, he's writing mains now, I hope he clears it. Vasudev Kaga from Badmer, Rajasthan. He was 2 years older to me, but like half my height because of nutrition and Bimaru states, or hum bhi yahan pe Bimaru bolte hain us states ko, but whatever, that point aside. वो आके बोलता था हम सबको क्लास में, आई थिंक फेमिनिज्म पेट्रियार्की की बात चल रही थी, तो बोलते यार यहाँ पे लड़कियां कपड़े नहीं पहनते हैं क्या? तो we used to understand because we watch like, you know, High School Musical and all these movies as well. तो थोड़ा बहुत था aspirational वो type का था. But the issue was like people like us and other, friends of mine, we could understand and like try to talk him through those things. But the core hardcore liberal feminists from our class were like, "Tu kya bol raha hai? Ye hamara right hai," all of that, which is true. But there's a way to approach that. Are we creating that space for these type of people? And borrowing again another typology, forgive me, from the morning, which is ESO, the ecosystem players. Now, for most fundraising and ecosystem player organizations, you always want type 1. In fact, JDs में भी लिखा होता है कि CSIP के JD में पता नहीं, पर लिखा होता है कि English speaking चाहिए, English communication चाहिए, because they do a cost benefit analysis, right? What you just said versus what Anshu will say कि नहीं, वो सीख सकता है बंदा, उसको ले आओ. So should we start, like say in the social sector organizations, also start having reservation, not only like Neha said, and have a parity in gender, and like Ruchi said ki nahi, other third gender and fourth genders also should be included, but also for things like this, because largely ऐसी होता है. अब implementation organization में जाओगे तो वो type 3 और type 2 का, and मैं भी थोड़ा बीच का हूँ, millennial Gen Y sort of mix, और आप baby boomer हो तो आप बता दीजिए. That's my first question. How do we actually go about practically making an ecosystem like that? Is reservation the answer? Is there, some sort of...
Yeah, देखो ऐसा ये cookie cutter reservation जो है, जो I think हमारे पास जो legacy है, जो हमारे पास case study और use case है हमारे पास, मुझे लगता है that itself needs an overall. Reservation definitely मैं मानता हूँ, और मैं तो बिल्कुल मतलब मंडल वाला हूँ, कोई इसमें दो राय ही नहीं है, unapologetic. रिजर्वेशन होना चाहिए, लेकिन ये वाला तो नहीं होना चाहिए जो सरकारी वाला तुम हमारे ऊपर थोपने वाले हो, है ना. मुझे लगता है कि रिजर्वेशन इटसेल्फ नीड्स टू अंडरगो ए सिग्निफिकेंट शिफ्ट. तो इसमें क्रीमी लेयर्स क्या होंगी, जेन्युइन रिजर्वेशन कैसे मिलता है और किन तक पहुंचना है, मुझे लगता है कि डेफिनेटली. पर मुझे जहां तक समझ आता है ना, सोशल चेंज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जो जेन्युइन सोशल चेंज ऑर्गेनाइज, जिनका दिल्ली से नीचे भी कोई वास्ता है ग्रास रूट्स पे, ओवरहेड्स वाली तो दिल्ली में बहुत सारी संस्थाएं हैं ना, तो उनका जो है उनमें आपको एफर्मेटिव एक्शन मिलता है, औरतें मिलती हैं, दलित भी मिलता है. अंशु इज राइट कि उसका थोड़ा एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होता है, जेन्युइनली उसको स्पेस अंडर द स्काई नहीं मिलता है. बट मुझे लगता है ये इक्विटेबल स्पेसेस आप क्रिएट कर, मतलब गांधी फेलोशिप में मेरा फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में जो है, स्टीफेनियन और एलएसआर वाले को तो देहात में डाल दो, नाक पहुंचना तक नहीं आता है ना, वो जिएंगे कैसे उनको ये मालूम नहीं है. सो माय फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर रॉक स्टार्स आर माय आरआरस, रूरल वालास. वो गलियों में मोटरसाइकिल के पीछे बिठा के सेंट जेवियर्स वाली को घुमा के मोटरसाइकिल पे, कहाँ पे रात को 12 बजे पान मिलता है वो खिलाने जाता है. So I am saying we have in the fellowship reverse engineered it. और सोशल सेक्टर में भी रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग है, ऐसा बात नहीं है, बट रिजर्वेशन को थोड़ा सा आई थिंक क्रिएटिव इमेजिनेशन के साथ सोचो.
सोशल सेक्टर में बहुत है यार.
हाँ,
बहुत है.
और तुम भी शायद दिल्ली में बैठे हो इसलिए तुम्हें पता नहीं है.
तुम यहाँ बैठ के कर रहे हो इसलिए लग रहा है.
Okay, I think that's going to be all for questions. We are running short of time.
Okay.
As Ingrid had said earlier, I think it's really difficult to summarize, everything that we have talked about, but definitely what comes up is we've talked about, belongingness, personal passion, autonomy, skill development, learning and development, mission alignment, and all of these viewed with an awareness and a lens of inclusion. And the definition of inclusion just seems to be constantly expanding, which is not just dependent on the mission of the organization, but also on the environment around us, and what's changing. And then, equipping the organization to be able to deliver on all of these things that we are talking about kind of seems to be, at least to me, a little bit of a summary of what we've talked about. Thank you very much. To all of you, and thank you very much to the audience for being very patient. We've been hugely over time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bindi Dharia, the Deputy Director at CSIP. Just shutting the day for now. One, I'd like to again say thank you to all the speakers, the first panel and this one, and all the moderators. I think we've had some wonderful discussion. So thank you. I think some of you we invited very last minute. So
thanks for making it, and thanks for having this lively discussion. Also, thank you to all the donors out there, Citibank, ATCF, BMGF, and RNP. I think, sorry about that. थोड़े ज़्यादा पैसे आ गए तो mic भी गिर गया हमारा. But I think this has taken a lot of patience from the donors. We started conceptualizing this event, or this study when I joined this organization about in 2019, and I'll be leaving in 1 week, and I think we've just about finished it. So it's beautiful that we've managed to finish this in so much time, but our donors have waited and listened, and with all the delays we've had with COVID and with everything else, it's spectacular that we've had them with us. You saw Gayatri today, but all the others have been supporting us from the back. The steering committee, I think initially who wrote the proposal with, Ravi and Ingrid and some of the others, which is Omidyar, BMGF, RNP, ATCF. Again, some of them turned into donors when they realized how important this study was. The mentors out there who've constantly been reading these studies, given active feedback. So you have Professor Vikas Gupta from IIM Ahmedabad, Anushri Singh from Educate Girls, Ashraf from Prava, Pooja Marwa from CRY, and Nivedita Narayan from CAF. I think, thank you. I think it takes a lot when your name's not on the study to read it, give constant feedback, and help in the conceptualization. All the NGOs, ecosystem organizations, foundations who participated in the study, I think a lot of them are listening to us online. They couldn't make it over here. So thank you so much. I think that survey was very long. We got a lot of complaints over there, but to have the patience, be a part of it, and continue to give all the interviews that we needed, it's really commendable. All the partners, and can I request you stand, because all of us have to see how many people were working on this study. I think Ingrid made you do it in the morning, but GuideStar, I don't know if anybody's here from GuideStar. The Conferry team, I don't know who's here. Oh, they've left. And the Satwa team, I don't see Aarti or anybody over here, but Dhwani RIS, I think your contribution will show up after some time, but okay. I think most of them are left. So we've got the ISDM team. Let me start with Ravi, Sharad, Aruna. Aruna is not part of the study right now, but huge contribution. I think a big round of applause because she was there from the conceptualization. Lopa, Preeti, Satyendra, Devika, Siddharth, Trisha. I think to pick it up from where Aruna left it and to finish it off, really commendable. I mean, huge round of applause to all of you. And finally, I think the CSIP team, huge patience. We had 2 research directors that we went through while doing this study. So Leena and Abhijit both, but then huge kudos to Swati, who took this on and did this, and Divya, Shaivya, Juhi, Gautam, Kajal, and then the final one, I think she deserves a huge round of applause. Neha, I think wonderful job. And then obviously our wonderful leader, Ingrid, I think wouldn't have been possible without her. So a round of applause for Ingrid, but huge thank you everyone, and wonderful audience. Thank you so much for staying till the end, listening to us. Thank you very much. I think we can let you go and enjoy your chai, I think. Thank you. Oh, we don't have chai. I'm sorry. No chai.